Okay, next time, a lighter base.
Yeah,
That's okay. There was no need for this one to be just passive.
Well, we should have made him carry it.
Yeah. Lift it up.
Yeah, good. All right. Now, well, I guess when it's time to present this, people will just be able to get up and look around.
I think so, yeah.
Hi, I'm back. This is Naomi.
All right.
You are being streamed live now on YouTube. Can you hear me?
Yours what?
Mine has like the diagram.
Yeah?
She's
talking to you.
I can do it.
Come on, come. Go, let's go. Yeah.
Oh, hello. I'm using your headset now.
She already is.
You already have?
Yeah.
Maybe we can line them up and present, and then as we present, we talk.
Well, you're going first, so we'll leave yours on the base.
Well, we put the existing, well, Lauren's going first.
But
Lauren put it on there though, so we might as well put the existing church on there.
I think so. Okay. We'll hear it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, Byron.
Okay.
You are now being streamed live on YouTube.
Okay.
So just so everyone knows, this is public.
Okay.
And you're on YouTube channel 5. If you are able to pull up your Zoom screen, you can see that it is live on YouTube, an icon in the upper left corner.
Okay.
I will give hosting back to you. You don't need to do anything to disconnect the YouTube live stream. Just keep the Zoom on the entire session of your final review. Even if you take a 10-minute break, don't end the Zoom until you're fully done with your final review.
Okay, so
Okay.
What are they seeing on Zoom? Are they seeing like the room or me? I'm sorry, on YouTube, what are they seeing? Maybe she didn't hear me.
Okay, so you are now live on YouTube, channel 5. It's
Okay.
public.
And
You don't need to do anything to end the YouTube live stream. It will end when you end the Zoom meeting.
Okay, and what's visible? What do they hear? Do people need to
They're
see?
hearing the ambient noise in the room, so I can hear some muffled stuff. I can hear you more clearly, Byron.
All right.
People are also able to see there's a camera in the ceiling, and I'm looking down at you and a student and the screen.
Okay, and then do people need to speak into this microphone to be heard?
They will need to speak into that microphone in order to be heard on YouTube, correct?
Okay, all right, thank you.
And if you take a 10-minute break or anything like that, please don't end the Zoom,
I gotta turn this off.
because that shuts off the YouTube live stream. Only in the Zoom when you're totally done with your review.
Okay, so.
Just don't leave.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, bye-bye.
Well, I have to give the hosting rights back to Ethan.
Okay, so you're gonna do that now?
Yes, I'm trying to, but it's not letting me easily.
Okay, and then.
1 second. Here we go. Now I am. Okay.
On YouTube, can I be heard standing this far away from the mic?
I can hear you. It's just not very clear.
Well, that's because of the mask and the distancing.
Yeah,
The mic is a little far away from the speaker.
What?
correct.
So that means people need to hear. We'll figure this out. Okay.
Where's the?
Okay. Good luck, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Aaron, you can probably lower those monitors so that you can see over them. Like that, yeah.
Okay, so we're live.
Hello, world.
Okay.
Long good. Let's speak into this, so the internet world can hear you.
Yeah.
And if the mics above you are green, that means that they're on for, to like pick up when you're giving feedback and so on.
Okay.
But also if you're doing a sidebar conversation, just be aware that someone on, so recording.
You know what that means? No swearing.
I don't, no cursing. That's hard for me.
That's hard for me too.
Okay, so let use what you've made, right? Use the drawings to describe your thoughts. Hand out your 11x17 packets. When you're speaking about the model, make sure they know which one you're talking about. Okay. And good luck. The ball's in your court. I'm just going to stand in the background and okay.
I'll go ahead and get us started. My name is Lauren, and welcome to our final presentation for the 17th URBANbuild project. All right, hope everyone can hear me.
Good.
So, if you don't know what URBANbuild is, it's an amazing program at Tulane directed by Byron Mouton and Sarah Allen Harper. It is a two-part program with the first semester dedicated to designing and developing the house we then build in the second semester. There have been 16 URBANbuild projects, 14 of which are located in the Central City. URBANbuild 17 will also be located in Central City on Washington Avenue amidst the other previous URBANbuild homes. Throughout the semester, we've kept in mind the major concepts and design aspects of the most recent URBANbuilds, 14, 15, and 16. Upon analyzing each of these homes, we learned what it was successful and what we intend to improve upon in our projects. For instance, one thing you'll see in this presentation is our attention to the outdoor spatial qualities in coordination with the interior spaces. Previous projects informed us on how we can effectively create an enjoyable flow throughout the home. We also focused on the relationship between the home and the street because, as we all know, New Orleans is known for its porches and community engagement. This year, we are lucky to have partnered with Bethlehem Lutheran Church to design affordable housing that will go on the empty lot across the street from the church. Super exciting, we broke ground earlier this month in preparation for the build next semester. This is the original church building and the current church building. Bethlehem is a wonderful church on the corner of Washington and Dryades. They initiated a new program called Community Table, where they prepare and serve free lunches twice a week. Throughout the semester, we have been in communication with Pastor Ben and President of the church, Arthur, to realize the goals of this project, which is to design an affordable home with certain key features, which we will talk more about. In addition, an amazing part of this semester that was made possible by joining with Bethlehem was being able to consider the master planning of the entire site, including the church itself. And here's a photo montage of Washington Street and the site that we compiled at the very beginning of the semester. Now we can take some time to open it up to initial questions before we continue with the rest of the presentation.
You might just go back to the one that shows where all the URBANbuild are and tell us which one is the one you're working on now. Go back one. Yeah, which one of those is where we're looking at now?
So Dryades Street is here, and then so it is just a couple blocks off of St. Charles Ave.
That's in the round one.
But it's not actually on there.
It's
It is on there.
It is.
Right next to the blue dot on Road in Washington.
Yeah.
So
Okay, there's the one that's furthest to the right.
There's not a dot. It'll be right here.
Yeah, it's not yet.
Oh, it's not the dot, right.
Not there yet, but it will be.
okay.
So I gave the critics outside a little intro to kind of the scope of work. That was a very nice intro to this thing. Any questions before we move on? We just wanted to kind of get everybody on the same page. I know that Regina, Sarah Allen, and Nick are familiar with this cause already. Todd, after a little walkthrough this morning, any questions on your mind? Like Todd's doing similar work with other community agencies out west. Before we move on, any questions?
I do have questions, but I think they're gonna come up when we see the planning and we get into a little more detail, so I'll save it.
Okay, cool. All right, Liz, thank you.
Yeah.
Laura, right? And you also have one will be reference to the model we're working on. Okay.
There's two more on the end.
This, can I move this? So that's what it looks like now, right? There's this empty space, and there's the parking lot on the other side.
This is
Right.
16.
Okay, I'll walk over there. So yeah, that's what I said. We're like, thinking all this up there.
They're tearing up all the concrete right now.
Yeah.
It's a mess. It's a mess. You need mud boots. So, okay, ready? All right.
So I'm Lauren, and I was tasked with the planning of the larger master plans. This is the site that we're working with the Bethlehem on one side, and the housing on the other side. So earlier on this semester, all the students explored different strategies for the larger master plan, which I revisited in the massing and the party strategies that informed the zoning of the master plan on the housing side. So the overall master plan strategy consisted of an idea that mixed this idea of a larger open corridor with two secondary parties of public and private spaces, which were then divided into different phasings based on the future urban builds, which could possibly be continued onto the church side. This is a larger master plan of the overall plan involving both the church side and the housing side, showing how that idea of the mixed outdoor spaces could continue across, providing a variety of outdoor spaces. And then zooming into the housing side, these are the building footprints as informed by the chosen first unit and how they could be replicated across the site, which more on that a bit later. From here, I went into how the massing explored through the phasing and what it would look like as URBANbuild developed and built on the site over the course of a few years. And as this came up, we debated the idea of how to maintain coherency across the site and how that might look like. So one of the ideas was like possibly a water strategy that could maintain the site together as informed by the first unit and replicate across the units and the massing of the roofs. Another was idea of spaces in between the buildings and how they connect via shared porch spaces to increase ventilation onto the site. Ultimately, as a studio, we are very much drawn to the idea of a facade system that could possibly connect the units, which would not only serve aesthetic purposes, but also serve a functional purpose by providing a sense of relief against the sun and the heat. From here, this informed the exploration of different massing possibilities that use the facade system as a zoning strategy to maintain that coherent outdoor corridor. And this is how that changes in plan and the spacings that could be provided via these different strategies. This is back to the original master plan, in which after pursuing this one, I looked into perspectives of how that might become to fruition and the different views of the site overall, and delving a bit more into the materiality of that corridor and the interaction of people on the site and from the houses. And that concludes my presentation. Thanks.
Speak about the model and the options, because invite people over to the table and walk them through it. Because they're quite nice.
Yes, thank you. So this was the original, the first master plan in which we considered the idea of first unit be more closely replicated across the site, which we quickly found out couldn't easily be done because of the large sizing of the unit. So originally we considered the idea of editing that unit to maybe shrink it down and make it fit on the site. And then as we developed this idea of facade system, as other students explored that option, there was the consideration of that facade system working as a screening that could marry together these different massings on the site, which then could involve.
When are these gonna get bigger? What happens is these 2-story, is that these 2-story?
Right, so there was the idea that there's a possibility of multi-story units on the site, especially if you wanted to gain a bit more green space, but there's also earlier master plan strategies that had responding conditions on both the church side, which comes up later for other students, and the housing side, which bookends the two sides of possible heights, especially because it would be further back on the site and wouldn't be as front to the street.
There's like a camelback.
I
Right.
think it would be good for you guys just for a moment to roll over to this side. Because you have a much better understanding of the textual relationship, looking at the site at this stage. So Laura, put the first scheme on there again so we can see what you started with. Can you put the plans up that she's shown? Yes.
So this was the
That's the original?
yeah, this is the first option, is the option that I pursued and the greatest depth.
And in all these, this is there, right? So you're kind of accepting this piece as
Right.
complete, and then you're thinking about how to extend.
There's a possibility of the back of the house changing a bit because of the aggregation of the units, but that's something that I think more further decided once in construction happened.
There's actually somebody who lives here already.
Yeah. So that is like if you introduce spacing in between the units, it would cut back a bit on like the infringement on those people as we go into construction, you know, like the way it's bothering.
But do you have a rear yard setback?
Yes, it's a 15.
And do you have a maximum lot coverage that you can do? Is
There's like a necessary like outdoor space that's covered, which is filled by this large access corridor to the site, as well as the introduction of those outdoor spaces and windows.
20% of your well needs to be kept variable? Yeah. And how about if they up, if you build, could this whole thing be 2 stories?
Yes.
Wanted to build 4 2-story units.
Correct. So for the last few years, we've been focused on single level buildings for a couple of reasons. It's kind of with our schedule and safety issues in mind, it's been better for the students.
Understood, but like in that scheme when you saw it popping up, there's flexibility in that. You can add more square footage.
It could. And it's great to see these models side by side. Right? Because I gotta say, I was really committed initially to trying to convince Bethlehem to do something that was more continuous or repetitive based upon the first house. And I think the massing that Lauren came up with is quite good. But in reality, this is the question for all of us. We need to prepare design opportunities for the future generations of students. So we know they're not going to want to just replicate what we did this year. But we can do what we have been doing the last few years, build upon what we've learned today. So as we talk about the next house we're going to build, I'm asking you guys to think about suggestions for what we need to look into more deeply next year. Like what's good about the scheme they've developed and what really needs more attention and how that may all unfold. Toward the end of the day, we'll look at these things on the wall and others, right? That are about this kind of cladding system. And the conversation then is all about which of them work, how do they work? Are they necessary, right? Needed. Is that the thread that holds the different options together? And I think that's what these little models are about. And looking at them from above doesn't do them justice. Understanding how they work from the ground does.
Right, so that's more of a vacant condition of the system, in which the screen becomes almost these like porch corridors, and this is a more two-dimensional application of that screening system.
But each time you're using the screen of like this wrapper language, you tend to tie all the buildings together.
Right.
What do you think, I noticed that you continue the same screen here. Do you think that this facade has the same responsibility to the project, where everybody had a different job to do, because it's an edge condition, it's talking more to the backyards of these houses than it is to community space here. Unless you see people, is this a major court? And
No,
even
it's
so,
not.
like who owns this, who gets to use this space?
The idea was, at least in the master plan that there's different strategies I explored, was the idea that back setback would be divided between the two units. It's possible it could become a shared space, but part of it right now is also program for some water handling on the site.
Do you have one that kind of has an equal backyard for each unit? Does one of these kind of fulfill that?
Actually,
Is that one it's thinking?
so I had a lot of the numbers written down, but I didn't add it, because I thought that it might be a presentation. So this master plan, the balance of the the private outdoor space for each unit is roughly, I think 400 square feet, I think. I'm not sure, I can't even dig that number. Each of the houses, units in this plan get roughly the same private outdoor space, which includes their courtyards and the fact that these spaces in between units turn into shared porches.
I like, maybe it's that one that, but, there's these different levels of privacy in communities, right? And there's something else I saw in some of your drawings where, this is a community space that talks to this space too, right? So this is a kind of a broader community space that's connected to the whole church. And then there's a community space that I think only talks to the four units as a community, right? Or is that accessible by people from the street or people from the church coming into here? Or do you think this is a space that's only shared by these 4 units?
As we've talked with them, they've expressed concern over the security of the space and the units and the people living there. And so they did have the idea that this would be a space for the community, but not the community, the people living there wouldn't necessarily have to be tied to the church or have to be involved in the church.
So then this one has like the next level of spaces, right? Where you have this space and then you have these spaces that are kind of private and family spaces, right? So I like that idea that you can get its own outdoor space.
It definitely promotes.
And also in kind of privacy, right? So that's something to think about when those kind of private outdoor spaces are distributed equally between the 4 units. I kind of like that. But if you want to kind of secure the, like when you get really deep into the site, is that safe and secure?
Right.
You have to park on the street and walk in. Your unit is way in the back. I don't know if that's a concern.
It's definitely something that was an issue I kept trying to resolve and work through on site was these back units, especially with the fact that having that 3rd unit, you can't see it from the street and it doesn't have a presence immediately from the green corridor. And so trying to bring that out and to know that you want your student to be seen, you want people to be able to get to your house.
So maybe if this one was a 2-story, right, then you can pull this back further and you can get, I like what this is doing. It's kind of weird, the private spaces are more accessible from the community space. That feels safer, and it also feels like it's contributing more to the community because you could be on your porch and say hello to people who are coming home. So maybe there's a way to pull this one back and push these forward so this can become more part of the community space. And this one too can have its own front porch that's with the community space. But also imagine these kind of very private spaces.
Wasn't there, in terms, there's a very specific program for the open space? This kind of open space.
There were options. One was a planting option, like a garden. That's still really up in the air.
Like, sir, weren't they going to use the community kitchen? Did this as the community kitchen?
No, we pitched that idea, and the church surprisingly said no way. Right now, the community kitchen is a pretty controlled event, and frankly, because of COVID, people are coming and taking the meals to go. We thought, wow, wouldn't it be great to give them this great outdoor venue? But they think they want that all to stay with the church. In their mind, this housing complex is supported by the church, but not part of the church.
And I think that's critical.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me there are a lot of forces on this that are the biggest forces on this are the voids, the open spaces across the street, the space you made down the side, and the one that's being ignored right now is the rear setback. Right, so how you really develop that rear setback and who has access to it and how you get back there, I think you push all the way to this space, right? All the way through. And my intuition is that you realize that, and that's why you keep running the screen down the side, the close side, because you're trying to reach back to that space and and grab that space and pull it forward somehow. So, you know, I'm trying to imagine being an URBANbuild student coming in and which one of these I want to work on, and the ones I want to work on, frankly, are not the ones in between. It'd be the one on the street and the one at the rear edge. One of the two at the rear edge.
Unless we adopt the strategy that's on the screen now, where there are more generous outdoor spaces at the center.
Right, and the form maybe is articulated or strapped down based on the language of the first one, right? So like things can happen and you kind of allow that to happen, and what you're trying to say is that your screen is the data, right? And that's what we talk about that in the midterm, right? This potential for a programmatic piece to be the edge to the open space and distributing, right, a language across the whole project, regardless of what happens, right? And that one does it pretty nicely. Don't you think?
Yeah, I definitely think this and how the screen started to play into the open spaces and the different levels of private and public spaces.
I think the students are the thing that kind of have me perplexed. You know, and why is there?
They feel just like an attachment rather than this integration that could have like another layer of potential.
I mean, I think they are signify as entry, right? So it's each unit, but I agree, like more development there, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, I don't think that there's actually some like a bit more like detail exploration, definitely the students. I know that even like back before midterms when everyone was dealing with master plans, there was a lot of back and forth about whether pulling in students or pushing out students, and that even happened with like the first unit a bit too, and how that resolved with the considered portraits of the master plan.
You know, see some of the other URBANbuild projects have kind of multiple layers, porches, right? We go a couple steps and some of them have a couple more steps and you go private. Maybe a walkway along the edge that's smaller than the individual porches, but more connected to the landscape. So you know, that can be wild, right? That could be like a meadow.
Yeah.
And you have a way to walk along it, but you're not walking on the level of someone's porch, you step down a bit. But that might be this way to connect. You know, third kind of,
Yeah, I know that right now they have, at least the first unit, had the strategy of draining water right inside the house. So there's this idea of like a strip of green running around the side, which is something I worked with and how that like was interrupted by the students. It was a fun point of resolution that I wasn't entirely satisfied with, but.
I'm definitely thinking about how the people would interact with each other. Like, I know, I'm not surprised, but I mean, this actually works just like these other houses, right? The front of the house is on the street, right? So these people could essentially come in and out all day long and never connect or run into these people, right? So how do you kind of, and I've heard something recently where, you know, to become kind of neighbors and get to know your neighbors, usually like 4 is a good number. 2 is too few, and 3 is feel like before is that all the new members would know each other. I'm trying to think about it, in my house, next door to me, and then the two people across the street, we kind of form a unit, and we watch out for each other. And I don't know people on the block for some reason, as well as those. So what can you do to contribute to that kind of the development of the relationships between the people who live here, where they have their privacy, but they also feel like they got each other's backs, and they see each other on a regular basis, you know, without cars coming in and out of here.
Right.
You know, this guy's going past everybody, but these people never, you know, he could live back here forever and nobody knows he's there, right? So that's kind of, you know, I like the way, I do like, you know, the way this thing kind of cuts and, you know, welcomes people. And maybe that welcome will help.
I know that one of the things that I considered when thinking about like the interaction of people with each other is like not only like the placement of students, so like making sure like none of them were like all grouped together on one side or the other, which emerged with a couple of master plan strategies earlier on. But also the idea that the back unit of this porch, this unit itself is actually it's an accessible unit, and like there's a wheelchair lift at the back. And so we consider the idea that this program back porch area, part of it starts to become a shared area where like both people could possibly use that amenity for both the units. And then that idea is where I grew into this idea, like, well, could these back outdoor areas of the units possibly become these shared porch conditions rather than the strictly private porch condition? So I think that started to lean into that idea.
That's nice. Yeah, so here you have the front porch and the back porch, and these start to work together, but also work on the kitchen.
So Todd, let me introduce, the others know Pastor Ben and author already. This is Pastor Ben. This is
Not Pastor Ben, Todd, once Arthur, nice to meet you.
So Todd's been to many urban build reviews in the past. He's visiting from California.
Okay. I didn't mention to you, but we worked with the Fame Church in Santa Monica, who built a piece of property next to that church, and we worked with them. So it's a similar project.
And Todd told me just this morning he was raised Lutheran.
That's right.
Cool. Yeah. So just to get you guys up to speed, we had a little intro, and Lauren's been introducing the visitors to the things we need to begin thinking about for the future. How do we plan next year and the following year and so forth? They're all aware that the text amendment was passed. Yeah, and that's really fantastic. So that gives this agenda some true support now, right? So we got to figure out how to get these things built and financed for the next few years. So the timing is perfect because we're going to transition from the conversation about the housing side. This was intentional. We knew that you guys were familiar with that. But now we're going to look at 3 proposals for the master planning of the church side. And that's why we really wanted you to hear from that. Okay. So anything else, any closing comments about this before we move on?
I have a question. You've developed all the 3 options and you've had a lot of progress since like the midterm itself. Do you have a favorite? Like, do you have one? You've been working on these for half the semester. Which one kind of stood out to you?
So like, I will admit that the first one is the one I worked on the longest.
First one, this one?
Yeah, is the one I worked on the longest. And then like 2 weeks or so before review, we had this idea of like, what if the massings behind the school system really changed or really different? And so then like I started like rapid production of like what that might look like. And I think that given more time, I might like fall in love more with one of the other units, especially when that screen becomes like a thicket porch condition, because I really like the idea of these like this different like development, like those spaces becoming more like public and then shared and then private. I think that's a very interesting addition.
Do we think we need some continuous link to hold the assortment together? Or what if they were all different, but just side by side?
Don't they have to be conjoined to be a fourplex?
They're gonna be touching.
Right.
They do have to be touching, I wonder
They're
that.
touching, yes.
They have to be touching.
But that could be,
They're touching with a porch or a porch.
Yeah, it can happen anyway.
Not like building.
I think because the wall, the idea that screen system is a wall.
Does this scheme work with the needs of the church and the needs of the 4 units? Is there enough square footage in this single?
Yes, so this actually provides, I think, the largest amount of square footage per unit, and then into those, this square footage starts to shrink a bit.
Even with 3 of the 4 units being, or is it
Because
2 of the
it's over
4?
the others.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a large shrinkage, but they're definitely one, like the middle unit is pulled in much more, and then pull out vertically to increase those outdoor conditions that border around the side.
As far as the relationship to the neighbor, like the backs of all these neighboring homes, this scale seems to work the best as far as, but then thinking about it from the street down there, you know, being able to see these other units popping up that have their own special attributes, you know, that they're already pushed way to the back of this middle of this block. Maybe if they did have that sort of crow's nest view back out, they wouldn't feel so pinned in the back of the lot. I'm not sure that that would be the case, especially in this case with the larger courtyards. But I could get a sense that like the density in that block would get to be, so as you get back into like this unit especially.
Your place where you got that little view, space up above. I wondered if anybody thought about kind of narrowing this as it became less important, right? Because you have 4 people, 3 people, 2 people, 1 person, so you could have all the doors kind of lined up, and then maybe you could do the same on the other side where you open this progressively opened up, so maybe everybody had access to an outdoor space too. So maybe shifting.
Yeah.
And then that idea of kind of letting this last one maybe come up a little bit, because it gets pretty narrow, right? If it popped up and they maybe had a second level of roof deck or something. Because this is, you know, we're always kind of observing this straight back, but maybe it doesn't need to.
And maybe that's what happens once, you know, each new group comes in, they have their own personality, and that's how they begin to push the limits of the public space.
These are really good comments moving forward.
I mean, I still think the rear yard, right, one, the rear yard, and 2, and I think we should do this, is looking at a 2-story where you don't on the courtyard side. Right, so this is the top piece.
Yeah.
As Sarah says, you know, in relationship to that context, but in this context, it might be able to handle it. Right, and then to me, it could be about this, right? Up, so over and up, right? Over and up, and not always around, right? So you start to give this kind of vertical. You start to peel the land, the ground up, or vertical, right? So that end unit becomes more about its relationship to as an end of that courtyard and not along the side, right? And then the gateway to the back, right? So there's all, that becomes a pretty hot spot.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Laurel. Very good, thank you. Okay.
You gotta have
Okay, so we're gonna review 3, they're gonna present 3 master planning schemes, one after another. For a real conversation at the end. Okay?
So was this not the master planning conversation?
That was the master planning for the house side, but not the, and now we're gonna talk about the church side.
Yeah.
And that's why we're waiting for Pastor Patty also.
Just be careful not to exit out of.
Because they have some time to think about this.
I try not to get on the last.
Yes, this is that's the one that the other schemes, if you respond to, they would have in their.
What does it look like right now? Is there, do you remember? Just that pull out.
And it has a shut
I'm closer for this.
That's what you guys talked about, yeah. That was really hard.
It's not hard to build, yeah.
Specific.
There's an entrance here.
Yeah, the entrance is on the side, and then there is one in the back. The back or the parking lot.
So their main entrance is not on the
No.
side, okay.
Probably this is storage,
That's when you're building.
Right there, with the stairs.
Okay,
Your show.
okay, so look, the, Hayden, Abby, Daniel. You guys are gonna present one to the other. The critics kind of ask questions along the way. We're gonna have a discussion at the end. But you can help each other, so while Daniel's speaking, maybe one of you can hand the critics his model, right, or help that way, okay? So that way you can stay there and control the screen.
Okay, so midway through the year.
Hi, I'm Daniel.
Yes. Yeah, it's Abby, Hayden, and me.
Okay.
I'm Daniel. We broke off and decided we designed the church side of the project. So looking at the church, we know that while the church's existing building is a nice building and it's meeting their functions, it is eventually going to need replace. Okay. And so at some point in the not too distant future, it will need to be rebuilt. And as Warren mentioned earlier, midway through the year, different teams of people looked at different strategies for the master planning on both sides of Washington Avenue. And while Warren was focusing mostly on the housing side of Washington, we started focusing on the church side. And so one thing that came up in the mid-review was the strategy of breaking the church into two separate components and having a courtyard in the middle. And this was a strategy that the church liked, and we liked as well, because it allowed for them to access either the kitchen or the church and maybe not have to always open up the entire facilities when they want to do like a community table and stuff like this. It also gave a nice courtyard. We also talked about the desire to keep the church in its current spot on Washington. That's where it's always been historically. It's a very Washington's a very prominent thoroughfare, and so is Dryden Street, and so it's a good spot to keep the church at. And so, looking at, I gotta figure out how to. There it goes. Okay, so looking at keeping that church there, we each broke off and created three kind of distinct strategies for how we would address the church. And we were very intentional about sort of not just giving three of the same strategy, but we talked to each other and said, okay, we're going to each pursue this problem from three distinct angles. And so on the top is Abby's strategy. She's going to come talk about this in a moment. In the middle is my own, and then Hayden's is on the bottom in green. So we all started with that initial gesture of taking this church, keeping it in its current location, splitting it down the middle between sanctuary space and kitchen space, and then worked out how people might enter and how they might flow through those spaces differently in the different ways. And so first, I think we're going to hear from Abby and her design, and then me, and then Hayden will go last. Thank you.
Very good. Good.
And then if you start looking at models before, mine is one on the site, and then also the one over on the left is splits apart, so you can see the inside of it too. Oh, and the roof comes off, yes. So this project is really personal to me. I actually go to Bethlehem Lutheran, and I was raised Lutheran. I've been in a Lutheran church my entire life, and I've never designed a Lutheran church, so I was kind of excited to start with this one. And my first thought, when we first started designing, my first thought when I was thinking of the sanctuary is on the altar is at Dryad Street. That wall is facing northwest, and it's the perfect place for this really grand feature wall of stained glass window. I was really drawn to this stained glass because it's really typical in a traditional church, and it reminds you of that. I also think that the colorful nature of the stained glass reflects the colorful nature of the neighborhood surrounding it. So it's kind of a way to bring that into this. So when I first started looking at the site, we were talking about setbacks, and there were a couple different ways we could take them. We wanted to keep the street frontage on both Dryads and Washington, and then have, we were assuming a rear yard setback at the back of the site and the back of the L, and then 3 feet on the other sides. And then dividing it, of course, like Daniel was talking about, having that courtyard in the middle, but then inserting part of it back where you don't have to go outside to get between the two parts of the building. You can access them in the middle, which brings my courtyard more of an entry court than a courtyard. And then raising the back part of it, which is over the drive, so that you can access the back, the site that would have parking, or it could be for functions also. And then I wanted to keep the traditional gable roof. The traditional form of it is historic in this neighborhood, and that felt very important to me. And then the main idea behind my concept is this feature stained glass and how you experience that, not just in the sanctuary, but throughout the building and outside of it also. So this is a site plan, looking at it. You can see where the houses are that Lauren just went through. The My Church design extends all the way down the site, so it is significantly larger than the one there right now. It's also slightly wider. And then looking at the first floor plan, when you come in the entry court, there's 2 ways to get up to the entry court. You can go up the steps, or you can go up the ramp. The ramp is hidden by this block wall that has been staggered and with stained glass in it. So it creates an entry sequence up with the colored glass. And then when you come into the entry court, you can see the stained glass through. And when you come in, the idea is that you're either going to church, you're going to community table, or into the dining area. So you get to choose one or the other. And then, of course, a slightly larger kitchen because they needed that, and lots of area for dining. And then this is kind of showing my central core that goes through. The idea is that when you're in this area, you can see the stained glass all the way throughout the building, and it really just runs throughout the site. And then coming up to the second floor, there's balcony seating. There's an exterior deck that is not covered, so it's open. And there's also multi-use space. And then 2 components of the programming that we talked about with Pastor Ben and Arthur. One is a guest suite, so when they have guest speakers, they can come and stay there instead of staying at a hotel. So I've integrated that. And then the other was a caretaker's unit. We've talked about when they build the housing, they'll need someone to take care of it, and providing them housing would be a good way to help them work on it. And the way I look at the caretaker's unit is, instead of being focused towards the stained glass like the rest of the church, it is focused down towards the housing, so that they can always, they're watching over it, they can look after it, which you can see here. And then these are sections throughout the building. So the top left is in the sanctuary. You can really get a sense of the double height space there. The one on the top right is cutting through the entry court in the deck above. So it's open coming from the left. And then you have the multi-use halls down here and the caretaker's unit on the right. So you can see that it sits above where you would drive under and walk underneath. So then looking at this building, this is from the corner of Washington and Dryads. So you really get a sense of the grand scale of it. I've added planting. There's a planter in front with plantings so that it's a little more shaded coming through. So when the person standing in front of the altar is speaking, they're not totally in shadow. And the stained glass is also denser. The mullions are denser at the bottom, so there's not as much light coming through near that part of it. And then this, you can see a view into the backyard area. There's a view of the block wall and where the entry is right there. Here is the entry. You get a closer look at the block wall. And then this is looking up the ramp. This is from the entry hall. So you're standing just right outside the sanctuary looking in. And then coming into the sanctuary during service. This is from the dining area, so you start to see, even as you're farther back in the building, the focus is still on that stained glass window. And then this is right above it on the second floor. It's an open space they can use for many things. There are a couple office spaces, but this could be used for Sunday school, like maybe a daycare service, meetings, anything they have. This is the exterior deck that separates the sanctuary and the multi-use space. And here's the balcony seating looking out. This is from the stage of the backyard. So this area is really multi-functional. It's permeated pavers, so there's still some grass coming through, so it's comfortable, but there's also areas for parking when they need to use it for that. Or if they want to have outdoor service, there's a stage. And then looking through, you see the houses across the street. And this is the view from Dryads at night when it would be lit up. And that is the end of my presentation.
And the work you did on the renderings to really bring the context in, kick butt.
Yeah.
It really was good. Okay, so we were gonna look at each of the schemes and have a discussion. Does that seem okay? Are there any quick questions for Abby first?
Is there a height limit to this building?
It's 35 feet, and my point is at 35 feet.
Could you have a steeple if you wanted?
Yes. Good. And remember, we need to clarify this, but I think churches are exempt from certain zoning regulations.
Yes, it probably is.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be tall and to utilize as much space as possible, but I didn't want to make it too massive and seem out of context to the surrounding neighborhood.
Good, so I was wondering if it was your choice or it was limited in some way.
Is that the current height of the building or is
No,
it taller?
I think the current height is probably closer to 30 or
Okay.
See that?
so it is taller.
That's,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, we don't know how accurate.
nobody's gonna check.
You're not supposed to say that.
Part of the height also would be coming from, they would be raised 3 feet off the ground, whereas now it is not.
Are there any second story spaces in the church now? There are, so it can handle 2 stories.
The back half is basically just split in two with a wall down the middle. So there's two larger open spaces and a couple of small offices on the side.
It's slightly similar to my stream where the sanctuary is the double height space and then the service area is
Yeah.
a second floor over them.
So you put a platform and then you have higher ceiling heights in the back than they have now.
Yes. And I think my church is also like a few feet wider and then it's much longer.
All right, Dale. Sure. Thanks, Abby. All right, well, hello again.
So, looking at the site, like I mentioned previously, we all sort of started off keeping the church in its original position, but then splitting it between sanctuary and kitchen. So it was sort of the initial gesture that we all took. And as I was thinking about this, the church originally, way back when, opened to Dryad Street. Which, Dryads is a pretty prominent street. There's actually a pretty good history there of protests back in the civil rights era. And there used to be a lot of shops there, but there was sit-ins and stuff. And so it's a historic street. And I think this corner between Washington Street and Dryads is important. There's a lot of traffic there. There's two main streets intersecting. But at the same time, this area in the back here is also very important. That's where the parking is. That's where the new housing they're building is across the street. And so I think there was this interesting relationship that, maybe it would be nice to provide a scheme that opened onto Dryads, but didn't ignore the opening onto the parking lot and where they currently have their opening. Or where, I guess actually your current opening's in the middle, but they didn't ignore the parking side and the housing side. And so then the strategy became maybe there could be this long linear link that stitches these two separate programs together. So it's a corridor running across the site. And so zooming in, thought maybe that corridor is something that's a little bit more open, it's a little more visible, and that perhaps perhaps people could potentially sort of move all the way across the site. These two things. So then we cut in spaces for vertical circulation, have a kitchen, then like a dining space across from the kitchen. And then the sanctuary would actually be a part of this space that you can move through. And so the rationale behind that was we think about churches all over the place, spend so much money, air conditioning and lighting and housing, these big sanctuary spaces that they're then really used once a week. And so maybe there would be a way to sort of allow the sanctuary space to be somewhat multi-purpose, that it could open itself up to other programs and other events. I mean, there's this community table that we mentioned the church does. Perhaps one day it grows and want to become more aggressive with it. What if there's a situation where you would actually want to have a lot of people eating inside the church? It might be nice to have an option where people could get their food from the kitchen and then come in. There's actually seating at the back of the sanctuary that's reprogrammable. It could be sanctuary overflow seating, or it could be eating space. It could be tables where there could be classes, workshops. We can start to think of a lot of different programs that might take place and help utilize that sanctuary space a little bit more times a week. So this kitchen area where the food service is, or food serving is, seemed to want to be a very visible sort of program, because I remember driving by the church one night when they're having their community table, and like there's people out, they're getting food because they had it out at the street, and that's a very inviting sort of thing. If you're serving food but no one can see it, then no one's going to come. So keeping this opaque and allowing, or translucent and allowing light to come into the dining area so that people can see other people getting their food felt important. But on the sanctuary side of things, not having that harsh Western light come in also seemed really important. So the strategy opens light up at the back of the sanctuary, which sort of reorients your view towards the altar and the stage. You'll see how that works in a moment. And then, as I mentioned before, this corner of Washington and Dryads felt very important. And so this here needed to have some visibility so you can see people entering into the space, talking to each other. It's very inviting on a Sunday morning. And then, of course, the church currently does have a stage in the back of the program. You saw in Abby's renderings. And so there was the idea that maybe there's a stage with parking that could be also utilized as like a concert space. So maybe people park there on Sundays, but then if they wanted to have like an outdoor event, it's a large area for that. So here's the floor plan that came out of that. As you can see that there's this one long linear corridor that runs across the site with sort of loose seating in the back of the sanctuary that could be reprogrammed for other purposes, like we mentioned. There's a courtyard in the middle to provide some light, some relief, some separation between the two programs. And then moving upstairs, what's unique about this strategy is that the caretaker is actually perched over top of the parking, which creates some covered parking. And it was one way of fitting the caretaker unit and the guest unit into the site, because it's site constraints, it's fairly narrow and it's hard to give them a generous space. And so that was one strategy for giving them lots of space. So here we can see how the massing works out. We're 3 feet off the ground that we have to have because we're in New Orleans for flooding. And then a ramp running up along the side so you can enter in the middle. And then as you see here, this front edge of the church is kept mostly translucent. And it's one long corridor that's sort of continuous space running across. Second floor with a balcony so that there's overflow seating up at the balcony for the stage. And then the caretaker's unit perched across. And then the building is open here at the bottom where there's the dining, but then it's the massing comes down at the sanctuary side to sort of block that Western light and help reorient your view towards the stage. And lastly, putting the roof on. You can see there's a clear story above the stage, which allows that light to filter in and illuminate the altar in the stage space. And then here you can also see how the caretaker's unit comes out across and covers this parking below. So yeah, if you're highlighting that continuity of the one space that sort of connects the whole site. Here's how we're managing rainwater that The water would be funneled down into the courtyard. There could be like a water feature there, perhaps a little baptistry. This also is nodding to the site across the street. You notice in the housing scheme, which we'll talk about later in the presentation, it has the same sort of roof form that funnels the water in, and there's also a courtyard. So this is really very similar to the housing scheme, just at a larger scale. And then light here in the back of the sanctuary space, like I mentioned earlier, that orients you to the stage. So now people ask me sometimes, they're like, Dan, how do you draw exploded axons? And I'm going to show you, because this is a trick I learned. This is a rhino. You take an axon and then you just go. So, sorry, that's so bad. So it's exploded axon. I told you, I'm going viral. So here's the church opening onto Washington and Dryad Street. Said I think this is a very important intersection. It seemed advantageous to have a clear opening where you can see people moving in and out of the church, interacting with each other. You can see here we're moving into that seating at the back of the sanctuary. This is one long linear corridor that sort of stitches the site together. That's what we're looking down now. You see how the light comes in over the stage, but it's darker back here, sort of orienting your view towards the stage. There, sorry, I had to go watch a YouTube video of one of your sermons to get you in there, but you're in there.
I'm impressed.
Here's the courtyard in the center of the church. This is what you would see if you came up the accessibility ramp.
That's a lobby, really, isn't it?
Yeah, this is really the lobby, and in between the dining and the sanctuary space.
Why do you say it's a lobby? That's not the entry off the street. This is the back corner.
No, but you're standing in the entry off the street.
Well, so there's
Okay, there's two lobbies. There's three lobbies,
Yeah,
really.
there's really just
Or three. There's one on either end and one in the middle.
This is the one in the middle?
Yes.
more or less, yeah. And then here is the dining space. This is sort of looking the other direction from the rendering I showed earlier. We're looking down that long continuous space. Here's it from the other end. So this is looking from the housing side onto Washington. See how the massing works out. Now, I did mention earlier that the dining needed to be translucent. You can see people coming in. It is also facing west. So there's a translucent sort of fabric material that comes down, filters the light, softens it, still allows you to see what's going on, and it would allow the church to put some signage and announce the presence of the church. So, and then you can see the caretaker unit perched above. Here's the view from the stage. With the caretaker. So cutting section through the sanctuary space. See here how the light well is interacting, how it illuminates the stage again. And here's the view from the balcony. I couldn't find a picture from above, so that's not and then here is a section cut where you can see that again, this one long space running across the site. How each spaces interact with one another. And here it is from the other, showing the back to the sanctuary. Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
Yeah. Is it required that for community buildings and commercial buildings, they still need to be raised 3 feet?
It is.
Yeah, for every type of building.
Yes.
Okay, and then are you guys, the 3 people working on this project, are you thinking about how many people are in the sanctuary? Is that do you have a number that you're trying to hit?
We didn't have a number, but we were told that the church would ideally like to improve upon the existing sanctuary space, which I do believe all of our designs.
How many people do you think is in yours?
We probably need to sit down and look at it, figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting to know, but one is 300 and one is 120. Okay.
Any other questions? Good, that was really good, thanks.
Hello, my name is Hayden Boyce. And then mine, of course, is this last remaining church team. the articulation of the different entry points. But first, my main concept and that I was sort of working with this whole time is this sort of it being a church and it being on a historic corner, and also just the nature of Bethel Lutheran Church working with URBANbuild for the first time. There were concerns about the community being apprehensive about sort of the church and that partnership. And so what I wanted to sort of try to address was sort of the concerns of how we can sort of keep the church in the future if it does get rebuilt, how it can be sort of the most familiar and sort of retain the most physical qualities from the existing church structure that people are familiar with. And so one of the first things, so sort of go through the plan first. As sort of that diagram earlier was showing, there are 3 different entry points, and sort of that's what I wanted to articulate first in sort of the organization of the planning, and that you have this ramp off of Dryad Street, so you still preserve that historic corner. And then the 2 entrances off of the parking that would be addressing the housing side, and then straight in the middle, that would be the sort of main entrance into the building. That would be sort of defining that division that we were sort of addressing earlier. And then on either side, we have this entry lobby, and then the sanctuary, and then the dining space that sort of has this through-fare entry off of that main court, and then also the back parking area that can be expanded into an after-school building if needed, so there is that accessibility. And then the dining itself could open up onto this sort of patio on Washington Avenue, and then that could essentially act as sort of this front porch for the church today. And then moving forward to the second floor, you come up, and this lobby is this double height space that has this multi-purpose area that could be used for a sort of a Sunday school or for meetings, as Ivy was saying, and also included this guest suite and caretaker suite, and then of course some additional offices and storage as required. But sort of the first thing that I wanted to try to implement to sort of keep this familiar form is sort of this extrusion of these prefabricated wood structural members that are almost they're currently existing, but in a slightly different form in the church itself. But I wanted to try to expand upon that, and so the church, the strategy and the massing is sort of based around the series of archways, blue lamp archways that would sort of define this butler form, and then through the rear, there would be spaces sort of carved into that. So this is that section perspective where you can really see that, and then the lighting, of course, could play on that repetition, and then lighting, of course, over the front stage. And then the next thing that I wanted to try to sort of implement in this familiar strategy is this idea of interior versus exterior, and that a typical New Orleans home in a New Orleans neighborhood, you typically see a lot of exposed wood siding or painted wood siding, and so something that I thought could sort of age nicely if the church were to be rebuilt is this idea of this weathered wood siding that that over time would sort of, it would change its look, but it would still retain its sort of character and historic qualities. And then moving inside, it would be a completely different condition, still along the lines of using wood as a finish, but a more delicate, lighter wood finish. And so you have this articulation of interior versus exterior based off of the wood finishes. And so that interior space would feel even more precious because of that. And then sort of approaching from the north, you get this sort of idea of the church retaining its stable butler form. However, with that weathered wood finish, and then you can see that patio sort of where the dining would open up onto, and then there's some screen fencing system that would sort of act as it could be extended to be a security fence, or currently works as privacy and shade. Then moving forward, this would be a view from across the street, closer to where the housing would be, but instead centered on to the entrance. You can see this this patio and also the ramp, the accessibility ramp off of Dryad Street. The landscaping sort of pushes up to that ramp and and it feels more of a part of the ramp feels more of a part of the landscaping in that regard. And then from the interior, you can see that difference from the outside of that weatherwood versus now a warmer, lighter interior. And then the celebrated staircase that would sort of act as a crossing of the entrance into the bottom floor of the sanctuary, and then the landing sort of being sort of that compression, and then those sort of pathways cross into the staircase leading up. Sort of meets the same point as this area here would be like the elevator, and so pretty much all points of access would sort of share an equal experience. And then this is from the top of the balcony looking down. You can really start to see the different qualities of light that are sort of happening here, and then with the lighter wood, depending on the time of day, light would bounce off in pretty elegant ways, I believe. And then just like that butler form and a drop ceiling could sort of diffuse the lighting from above and sort of play into that repetition of the structure. And then from Dryad Street, what I wanted to do was sort of have this large window off of Dryad Street to let in a lot of northern light, but of course keep it frosted so there's that level of privacy. And then in certain lighting conditions, you'd be able to see in, but just enough so you know what's going on inside. You can see those qualities of lighting, the qualities of the butler form being extruded down. And yet it's not invasive on the church or on the neighborhood. And then finally, the view from the back to sort of establish that connection to the housing site across the street. This sort of fencing condition is sort of wrapped around the corner and sort of acts as a green fence and also sort of a privacy screening for that staircase up to the patio. And that patio, of course, would be the access points for the caretaker suite and the guest suite. And then this would also, of course, be the parking and also for the service point for the kitchen. And then, as the others were mentioning, this could be a flex space for the community table or also outdoor events such as outdoor concerts or outdoor services. And then finally, another exploded axon. You can sort of see all these different parts and pieces playing together and how they layer into each other. That excluded glulam structure. And then cutting into that would be all of the interior programming. And then finally on top of that would be that weathered wood cladding that would be sort of wrapping it all together. And then that is my presentation.
Okay, so to speak about them comparatively, like we want to place the models side by side. Questions for Aiden before we do that?
And I wondered about, you mentioned this kind of butler form of the building. Like, what do you mean by that? And what drove you to kind of use that form for the building?
Well, it's exactly what the existing form of the building is. I wanted to sort of keep the scale smaller, so it's not extending across that parking lot space, or it doesn't. It doesn't really increase the building footprint to what it currently is, and so keeping the same form of the existing building, but also the same scale, just added to the sort of approachability and familiarity to what the neighborhood would experience.
So the butler form is the end elevation, right? It's kind of a gable, right? Like a, yeah. I think that someone else mentioned that they used it because it was a familiar kind of housing form, right, for the neighborhood. But But, church can be so many things, it's different kinds of buildings, so I just wondered what led me to that. One of my first projects I ever did was a Lutheran church in upstate New York. And we actually used the Butler building, a steel frame building. And we had to put all the things inside of it, kind of much like you guys. So we were limited by the budget and the kind of using this prefabricated building to put it together. And its form does lend itself in a way to, right? Traditionally, Lutheran churches often reference boats, right? The idea of a nave inside and using wood comes from northern Europe, right? So a lot of all those buildings all those churches were Lutheran churches that use kind of natural woods and things like that. So the choice of wood is really interesting, and the shape of that, like an overturned boat on the inside, is kind of so there's a lot of things about it that does lend itself to a church, and also the idea that it's extended. So I noticed all three of them really use this idea of extending the form and putting lots of things in it. It's good for big spaces, and it's also an opportunity for smaller spaces towards the back. So it does work well in all three cases. Another one of the challenges for a church is this idea of kind of introspective space for the sanctuary, and then more public space. You want to invite people in, like you said. I think all the schemes kind of do that pretty well. Like you're either facing away from the street, or the glass is set back from the street, or in your case, you've given some space between the side street and your building. So you've been able to kind of make the sanctuary spaces private, and they each have kind of a magic piece of them that I think is really important. I don't know if you remember Byron's chapel project across the river. It's always important to kind of somehow, turn off the outside world and give people an opportunity for introspection. And each of them do it in a different way. I think the colored wall is really amazing. That whole kind of fuzzy nature of how light is entering is really beautiful. And I think the one that turns the church sideways and lets the light in from the back wall and puts you back to the street does that effectively. And then all three of them kind of open it up to the side and also to the housing, which is great. So we were talking about that kind of connection between the two lots across the street. And I think by putting those more public spaces back towards the parking lot and connecting them across the street, that seems to work. I do like for some reason, I like the one that takes the caretaker out of it and puts them back down the side. That's kind of a nice move. I think it kind of puts them in the most vulnerable part of the property. So they're, in the back where things, people could get back there. It seems like gives them some privacy from the everyday goings on of the church, and also kind of puts them in a good place to kind of be looking over that whole corridor from the housing all the way through. So I think that was smart to do that there. Yeah.
Was there any consideration to keeping the existing structure?
I wanted to do that originally, but I believe it was the structural concerns of the existing building that are like raising the questions of needing to be rebuilt anyway. So that was sort of like probably like one of the only things that we couldn't keep if we wanted to preserve the original building.
The structure is termite damage.
What is the structure? Is it?
It's similar to what Hayden's doing.
Yeah.
When was it built?
I believe it was completed in 1962. Just for a quick background, a couple of summers ago, I had 3 different structural engineering firms out, and they all said that just to repair it structurally, they guessed would be well over $500,000. It would involve jacking up the whole building because the load-bearing wood columns and beams are rotted by termites and water. We don't have active termites, but the damage was done.
Right.
I think it's interesting how the three of y'all, while of course the forms are disparate, it's also the way that I'm envisioning how all these spaces will be used, both in interior and exterior spaces, are pretty divergent, even coming from the very similar diagrams at the start. So, you know, I'm thinking of like, you know, when the service gets out on Sunday morning and everybody comes spilling out, chit-chatting with each other in normal times at least, you know, where's everybody gonna go? Are we gonna spill out onto Washington Avenue? Are we gonna spill out through three different lobbies? Does everybody go immediately to the coffee bar and the lunch or whatever snacks that are being served in the dining area? Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about gathering of any sort of people. You know, you're sitting in a meeting or sitting in a service, and then all of a sudden you bust out and you laugh about the, you know, Pastor Ben's misspoke or whatever, you know, something like that. You tripped up the stairs. So I think that's a you know, I don't know. I just like visualizing what happens there. I think this space, Hades, this really clear lobby space is really, I'm visualizing it best here, you know, coming out and people walking by on Washington get to see that activity, you know. During the service, of course, you hear sounds and music coming through the glass in any of these. But then you see the people coming out. I like that, the scale of that space.
Part where it opens up the corner, because you get a lot of people driving by, see there's some energy around the church, so that's an interesting idea. The other two kind of have a sanctuary pointing that way, but this is a challenging move, and I'm not sure exactly how it would work, like if you're sitting way in the corner and looking, does it work? But it's something you can study and figure out, but it was kind of the idea.
I do have a question about this massing and form. You have the facade coming down, touching the ground and coming back up. Was there any consideration as to what's going on behind this facade? You created this very interesting threshold, could have potential, but I'm not sure if it was fully executed in this experience, and kind of ramifications of this very dark area that isn't visible from the street, kind of could have some security concerns.
That is a good point. I mean, the renderings and landscaping through there, but I think you're right, that should be.
Was there a better idea of the move, though, that led you to?
Originally, I mean, there was access coming from that area too, but it seems a little excessive because there's already so many different points of entry. So I thought, okay, well, we need some space for landscaping because this is pretty close to the property line. The walls were close to the property line, and so that setback allowed for growth and, you know, just something to be more inviting kind of village. But then that does create that corridor. So.
Yeah, the real answer is like in your renderings, it's really amazing to have this long glass wall, but then in the place where you need focus, something else comes down and screens you and kind of keeps the view of the cars passing and things like that and noise away. I mean, I agree that
the program is very successful from the interior, but then how is it reflected on the exterior? I think that's what I'm grappling with in this design.
Do you think about when, like, moving the wall out? Well, I don't know, maybe you could come closer, or there's a way to kind of.
Is it a bench? Is there, you know, is it a place of reflection? Do you go there and have another kind of more secluded, thoughtful area?
Yeah.
The baptistry is pretty successful. And I heard you say it, but then when you showed it, it felt like it kind of made sense, right? I like that. That interior really kind of, the light comes down in this space.
Man, but maybe it's a lot of work. It's not a master plan. You all went for it in buildings.
It started with the idea of it being a master plan, and we ended up designing the church.
I mean, for me, I was thinking about this idea of the master plan and in relationship to what's there now and in relationship to what you all are thinking about in relationship to the housing. And I think honestly, a step back into a master plan scale would be beneficial for everyone, including me, right? So like this idea of the sanctuary, where it sits, is it on a corner? Does that make the most sense, right? It's kind of the default position currently. And I don't know, because I don't see any kind of fasciations or any interest in moving it or opportunity to move it or anything, right? So it sits in that corner. One does rotate, which I think could be interesting. I don't know if that would really work, but it could be an interesting thing. Now, to me, disruption of the default should exist somewhere to measure the default, like what we're looking at, right? So the empty lot where the stage is across from where the housing project is proposed is always empty instead of being a solid thing. I don't know what that thing is. It just seems to me that engagement quickly into a building may have happened too quickly, right? So, I would encourage a step back for everyone, right, to kind of understand, is the form appropriate? I don't know. I think it's just so fast that it's easy to pick out one or two spots out of each project that are special, right, from the images that you show, and I'm still having a hard time understanding how they fit within one larger context. It's fine. Especially with the building across the street, right? I think ignoring the context of the city also and where this sits on the corner is something that has to be addressed, right? This building's not going to go away. This is, what is that? Is that house? This is a little hotel.
Is this also an apartment?
Right, so how this thing speaks to these things, right, in a larger A for architecture language, I think is important. And then how this sits in all of that context is really, right, and the reason I asked about the existing building, because and I think the reason why two of you were drawn to that form is because there's something appropriate about what's there now, right? And my first thought was the 3-foot plinth on a new building potentially is not as nice as the building sitting on the ground where it is now, right? So I might take a step back and really kind of fight for figuring out how the building stays there, figuring out how to repair it. I know people say all the time like it's too far gone, but the truth of the matter is it can't be fixed. And to be able to evaluate all of the positive things about what's there, so like a side entrance, right? Everybody's got a side entrance. One side sanctuary, one side public, public use. To me, I think real hard study of that is necessary. And I think you did it because you just reused it, right? So it exists there.
So almost any of these schemes could work with the existing building.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I mean, they're all replications of the map of that plan in some way.
Except Daniel's is the least.
Well, his rotates, but still in the same spot, right? I mean, you can spin around all you want, right?
So you could have a new form, you could have a new scanner, you could have a new sheathing.
And I think maybe it might be this drawing that gives me pause on the plinth. And I know it's required. I know everybody has it, and it is required. But when I was looking at because I went to Street Views to see, and there is a kind of beautiful quality to that building. I was going to guess late 50s. Someone did take their time and really thought about that thing. And they took their time when they built it. It's just been a little bit neglected. You know, or it's old and just needs some love. Anyway.
How do you change to another?
Scroll.
Is there a plan of
Of an existing building?
the whole thing, like just the site all the way back?
I think Abby said.
There's one.
That's just, but I mean, even of the across the street, like all of the property, right?
Mine has site plan, like towards the beginning.
Yeah. Or even as I heard for. I mean, I'm looking at all those spaces in there in my head spinning like, oh my God, how did you know what the program is? There you go. That's got your URBANbuild project.
Yeah, it has the whole housing site on it. It should be right before my floor plans.
And is that your solution or is that existing?
That's my solution. The existing is a lot shorter.
It's shorter, right? Because it only
Yeah.
goes up in a parking lot. Is it the
Yeah.
same width, more or less?
It's a few feet wider, but it's generally the same width.
Yours is a few feet
Mine's a
wider.
few feet wider, but not much.
So I'm really interested, author and Ben, the schemes authored by Abby and Daniel really stress this continuity between the worship space and the communal space. Hayden's is a little more conventional, where there's a door that can be locked to the worship space and then another portion of the facility. How does that work? I mean, I'm really intrigued by with Daniel's scheme, the dining hall can be extended to the rear of the worship space. In Abby's scheme, maybe they're not as easily physically connected, but because of the glazing detailing, you can see through the space. And this is what's kind of tough about presenting with the projector, right? In a conventional presentation, all the drawings would be on the wall. So you can more easily make reference to the differences. So we got to rely on memories in this little 11x17 packets in the model a bit more. But how possible is it for us to blur that distinction between those two programs of Bethlehem?
Well, I think right now they're basically totally blurred, in the sense that the only thing that is separating the fellowship hall and kitchen area from the sanctuary is like sliding cardboard wood doors that don't slide too well and don't close all the way. So there's no way to isolate sound between the two of them. Which I think in like if we were keeping the building, the first thing I would want to do would be to both make the sanctuary more amenable to being flexible by taking out pews and using chairs, but also having a much stronger condition between them to be able to isolate the noise and the visual activity when we wanted to or needed to. Okay. Is that what you're? It's like right now, it doesn't serve either because the sanctuary isn't very flexible and we can't isolate them. So we can neither mix them nor isolate them effectively.
And do you feel like your scheme addresses that? Could you isolate the, because yours is the most fluid, right?
Well, I don't think that, and part of this was that we were all trying to give distinct options to the church. But I don't think that in terms of visual isolation, but I mean, there is a lobby with two glazed walls. So sound would not bounce back and forth. But yeah, if there's an event going on in the dining.
Yeah, okay, I think.
If there's an event going on in the dining, and there's an event going on in the sanctuary, I mean, yeah, there's minimal overlap.
Yeah, and that courtyard, that kind of water, the baptistry is the thing that separates.
But I think that, you know, what was emphasized here is that there could be one event that actually takes place in all spaces.
All the way across.
You know,
And allows expansion for, you know, the congregation. Like, you can imagine one space before you get to the courtyard or the dog leg. That is one giant flex space that has these things that you need to coordinate off. So you could have a smaller, larger dining, not dining. And then the food service could happen on the dog leg or in the lot somehow and speak to the housing project, right? So you could have this, and then you could have this, right? And go right here. And then back here, you have your open space, right? And whether you park, you know, the parking thing is an issue, zoning wise, probably an issue with the congregation, like how do you get there, who gets to park, who doesn't get to park, you know, I can just imagine the politics of that. So I might be imagining somewhat accurately, you know, those are master plan items that really have big pieces that need to kind of get moved around to see what happens. You know, I think, you know, the space that you see that becomes the dining, right, without the interruption of entry might be a nicer condition for them to be able to use any way they need, right? So you could dine in the sanctuary or not. Kind of like we were saying, right? Like this space can be kind of flexed.
Yeah, it was interesting what you said. I never really thought about it that way. But so much building is provided that's not used so often. Right? So I understand this sort of efficiency, this desire for efficiency. I just wasn't sure if it would work for the pastor. Like each team has kind of a money shot. That's it.
But go back to that, because that one confuses me just a little bit.
That's what we're doing is that wall,
Right.
right outside of the glass.
So this is where you see from the worship space through the glazed middle lobby into the dining hall.
That's really stretched that
There's
view,
something
right?
wrong with the
It's
view.
really stretched, because I thought that glass wall was the end of the sanctuary before the space. Right, but where the chairs are is your flex space. Right, the sanctuary is where the pews are.
Right. And that's the blue light well beyond. And then for Abby's scheme that describes just the same continuity, it's internal. There's one shot, maybe I missed this. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Where you just the building is pretty simple. It's pretty clear you make the investment in just one special piece. And then the strategy is all about how you always experience that piece from afar, from closer proximity. And there's something really smart about that.
How much do you guys use these views, these perspective views in developing the project, or do you mostly finish the project and then do the perspective?
I mean, I personally use the views to develop the project, because once I made the view, I realized like things weren't lining up, or like I would go back in and work to develop it more. Because I know, like, especially like with these views, when I first designed it, the center of the dining hall did not align with the center of the sanctuary. So looking like through it, it just seemed kind of off. So I know like this view helped me develop that further.
How about you guys?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think even all of us the last like 3 weeks or so, the majority of like the sort of discussions we were having were in terms of looking at the different perspectives that we were bringing, how we could fix those, and with like the qualities of the building that they were showing that we wanted them to show. I think personally, the section perspective was very useful for me, and that it helped me sort of understand like the vertical dimensionality of the sanctuary space. And so in realizing that maybe at one point it was sort of maybe too tall or something, or the lighting was sort of not really working how I wanted it to, so I like added a drop ceiling, for example.
They're all really well presented. Like I saw a lot of town, like I was looking at the plans, I was like, oh, we each had a party and a strong party, but I thought the plans could be more rigorous and but as soon as you started showing these, you were like, oh yeah, totally sold. I was like, oh, build any one of them.
It's a different way it's a different way of working than the way we were trained, right? They're using the spatial manipulation tools from the get-go. It allows us to have conversations about space before formal conversations about organization. We always have to step back and address systems of organization, especially when we begin to talk about structure, right? But it really is, I think they all have an ability to think spatially or understand their projects spatially faster. And it's really refreshing.
And even take to the next level of materiality and signage and graphics, like I really like the way you use banners, because that's real, like people can do that, right? So if you can show the client how that's intended, you know, then all the better, right? Kind of include those things, the real life that's happening inside the building.
Okay, it's time to make a change in scale. Right? So that's the conversation about the church options. Right. And then we start with Olivia and Rebecca. Right, thank you. Raise your hand also.
Just when you're done, you can switch it from the instructor camera to the student camera. So look towards that to like. I'll shoot that because I'm gonna be.
Where's that? Sean, you want me to over? Thank you. Or is that?
So what's gonna happen next, guys? Todd and Nick are gonna look at the house, but then eventually we're gonna start to talk about these things behind this, these models and on the wall. So at some point, right, we're gonna change in scale, right? So now we're moving from the larger scale to the house to the even smaller. All the way down.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca, and this is Olivia, and we are the co-authors of this year's Urban Build. We wanted to share with you our process and intentions in designing Urban Build 17. After we selected a master planning strategy for the units on the site, we created our individual proposals, and then Rebecca and I would pair that together based on our original schemes. But it was a match made in heaven. And we discussed important elements in our individual designs as soon as we were paired up that we thought worked well and could be easily incorporated with the others. So for example, in my original scheme, I really valued a floor that could take on elements such as laundry, kitchen, storage, and appliances, and other mechanical elements. And those values worked well with my intention to create a beautiful connection of the spaces between the primary bedroom and interior courtyard, living room, and the back courtyard. So the house could be opened up and the interior to become an extension of the exterior. We were able to come up with this house layout that we feel really works well with our values and that we feel also will really work well for the eventual users. So we wanted to come up with a design that opened up to its neighbors. And in this axon, this is from my original scheme. You can see how the front porch being at that corner allowed for openness between the house and the site and its surrounding neighbors. The enlarged front porch is intended to highlight the communal aspect of this neighborhood. And although the front facade has changed throughout our process and potentially even further, we wanted to keep the same intention of prioritizing the front porch and borrowing language from the surrounding shopping malls. An important part of our design process also was the water strategy.
So we have this butterfly roof which catches the water and brings it down to a lower roof, which is above the kitchen, and then down into the planting on the north side of the house. And we maintain that through the rest of the project.
And so here's an image of the massing model that's right behind Regina, or between Regina, and the next one. But so this model is intended to show the exterior conditions of the house as it relates to its immediate site. The planters at the front and sides of the house are in place for intentional landscaping. And that smaller massing model is from our midterm review. So it's like similar in massing, but different in certain details. But I wanted to bring you down to see through that model as opposed to like our larger massing model. So the planters that are seen at the front and the side of the house are for intentional landscaping, as well as removing the need for limited handrails or front porch. We're including a gate on the side for privacy, and while this might not be the final design, we've had many conversations about what this gate would look like. We also appreciate the idea of having a shorter section of the gate directly adjacent to the house and a taller section for the rest of its span, and it would be sliding and movable, obviously, for the future units on the site. The central courtyard is left uncovered while the back courtyard is covered with a translucent roof. The central courtyard can be truly an exterior space, and the back courtyard can be a more realistic extension of the interior space. As we know, New Orleans doesn't have the best weather sometimes, as today. Also, we've had discussions about what these south wall conditions of the courtyards could look like. Olivia and I favor a louvered, probably vertical wood slat system, but we've talked about affordability with having either a solid wall or other screening options that could relate to some of the shutter systems that you'll see later. So we left these open for now so that we can eventually test and add the actual systems that we might see.
Show those, make sure, yeah, there you go, see it there.
Wait, tell me, what are you looking at?
That's where this.
That's the openings.
That's where they go, but I'm not seeing the screen.
Right, so we left these open for now because we've had different options presented throughout the second half of the semester, and so hopefully we can test the options that we narrow down to based on scale later on.
Okay, got it.
And in this sectional model, we really wanted to highlight the connection between the interior and exterior spaces. So this is only a portion of the house, but it extends from the primary bedroom all the way to the rear courtyard. And like we said, this whole space can be opened up and changed depending on what the user wants. So Rebecca and I first started talking about the users of this house. We envisioned that they could possibly be an elderly couple, maybe with their caregiver. And we thought that this primary bedroom would be a great space for healing, as it can open up to the courtyard, but it can also be closed off with curtains for privacy if that's what the user wants. And then also the living room can be smaller and cozy if the doors remain closed. It can also be opened up between the back and central courtyards if the user is hosting friends or family, or even just wants some natural airflow and better weather, of course, unlike today. The living room space, we both agree, is one of the most important spaces in this scheme. It can be a public space for entertaining, or it can be a space just to watch your favorite show. But regardless of the use, we thought that surrounding the space with the outdoors was important, as we both value being outside and being surrounded by nature.
Oh, wait, it was purple.
All right. Yeah, so for the second half of the semester, I worked on rendering and visualizing a lot of different views, which helped us with different options for moving forward as well. So here, this is an exterior view of the house as if you were standing on the church side looking across the street. And the canopy is directly related to the neighboring shotgun houses on the street to keep a smooth appearance among the existing homes and our project. We wanted to be respectful in taking inspiration from the neighboring homes. And as mentioned, the big front porch offers more community engagement, and the louver system is wrapped along the side to the front of the home. And in these renders, the gate, the louver system, and the landscaping are shown to visualize the spatial qualities and architectural features that we want to create. So this image highlights a view of the house from the back corner looking towards Washington Avenue. At the back porch, there will be a wheelchair lift for accessibility, which will also be covered and gated. The whole house is designed to be ADA accessible. Also, because of the busy street, we will include a gate to create more privacy between the street edge and the future homes. We also want to describe the difference between the back courtyard and the front porch, where the front porch is a space for gathering for the whole community, while this covered rear courtyard can be used as more of a private entrance or a space for neighbors in the future units on the site to gather. Because we wanted to emphasize the relationship between the courtyards and the interior living spaces, it was important to us that we keep this back courtyard more enclosed. As of right now, we aren't set on the color, materiality, or design of some elements of the house, which is why the renders evoke an atmosphere but don't strictly define what is reality. Many of the exterior materials are chosen during the construction process, but we will remain mindful of the New Orleans homes when making our decisions. And here we have options for black, white, and gray metals for the upper portion of the exterior, and then we also have light blue paneled walls. So looking from the front entry, we wanted to first to allow for as much natural light, especially in areas like the kitchen where someone can cook or prepare a meal while looking out their window. Also, this longer kitchen creates a nice long transition between the public street and the private parts of the house, like the dining and living room. These two views show more of the kitchen, dining, and its relationship to the central courtyard. Looking from the kitchen toward the front entry highlights the openness that begins to happen as you enter and move throughout the home. You can even look into the bedroom if the curtains are open and the sliding doors to the courtyard allow for a blend between interior and exterior spaces. Here you can clearly see the public spaces of the house as it wraps around the central courtyard, letting in plenty of natural light. Again, this living room can change in many ways depending on what the user wants. Like Olivia mentioned, it can be a public space for entertaining, or it can be a nice space to hang out and watch TV if you choose to change the furniture layout and put a TV on that wall. The open layout between the living, dining, and kitchen create an easy and enjoyable atmosphere. So here you can start to see what it feels like to be outside in the central courtyard. It is the perfect opportunity for adaptability of spaces, especially with the living room and bedroom. The sliding doors can be opened to increase the space depending on what the user wants. It is also a great outdoor space that is more private than something like a front yard would be. This primary bedroom is the perfect place for relaxation and comfort. We intend for the user of the home to utilize curtains as a way to provide more privacy when needed. Nonetheless, whoever the occupant of the home will be, the primary bedroom has incredible opportunity to open up onto its own private courtyard while still maintaining privacy with the curtains. In the secondary bedroom at the front of the house, we still wanted to include a lot of natural light while maintaining privacy from Washington Avenue. So by placing a larger clerestory window, the user still can have an amazing light in this room, but is not affected by the sounds of the busyness of the street. And the larger closet space also acts as a further sound barrier. Because of the future units on this lot beyond this one, there's little to no opportunity to have a true private backyard, but this back courtyard is our solution to that. With a transparent covering that allows for natural light while upholding through random New Orleans summer storms, the occupant of this home will have plenty of variety to enjoy the outdoor spaces as they please. Here from the back entry, you can easily see the seamless transition between the covered back courtyard to the interior living space to the central uncovered courtyard. And we also intend to have screens on either side of the space, so there will still be a natural airflow, but more privacy and sun shading. In this section cut through the bedroom, courtyard, and living room, it shows the beautiful spatial qualities, not only in the heights of the rooms, but also in their relationship to each other and the flow between interior and exterior spaces. And then here in this section perspective, you clearly see the big front porch and the steps, and just past the front door, the very spacious entry with the kitchen and its large high ceilings. It was so fun to produce these renders for this amazing project. Thank you.
Did you select all the furniture?
Did I select it?
Yeah,
I chose it
as
for
you're
the-
making the renderings, you gotta choose like where the first one goes.
Yeah,
Like
it's
that.
not gonna come with the house, obviously, so the user will be able to do, but yeah, that's what I chose, because I thought it was nice.
But when you got it, it was empty. You had to figure out where
Yeah.
things went and.
Yeah, I constructed, from the model, I constructed the interior spaces and how
Did you
to,
get models of all those lamps and chairs and all that stuff? Did you get that from?
yeah, it's on the software that I used.
It's that's the whole thing.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sean, and I'll be presenting the process through which we developed Olivia and Rebecca's scheme into a buildable project for permitting. Through this CD set, I'll highlight the key design changes that we identified and the areas where we still have some room for development going forward. So to begin, here's a quick look at the site and project information. The project has a total interior area of 1169 square feet and a covered deck area of 372 square feet and 86 square feet of uncovered deck. Standard notes we use for construction. A closer look at the site and context, which you're familiar with by now. And our roof plan. So as per the original water management strategy, the two large roof slopes drain towards the middle. And through the CD process, we added the central sloped roof to collect the water and jettison it off to the side. And still to be determined is the landscaping feature that will end up processing that stormwater and treating it throughout the site. Here's some additional curb details that the city requested. But our first steps after the schematic design phase, the first part of the fall, were to solidify the plan and identify any necessary changes we need to make. An initial change was in the front bedroom. So due to concerns from our community partner relating to privacy on the street, we ended up moving the closet over to the front from where it originally was, which provides an acoustic and visual barrier for that bedroom while moving the window to the side. The central service core also underwent some changes to accommodate all of our storage and mechanical needs. Still to be determined is this gated entrance to the rear deck, which should include some light degree of separation while allowing airflow and access to the outside. From the plan, we worked down to the foundation planning. Based on the industry standard calculations, we'll need 40 piles to support the home. And these will be set into the foundation, which has 16-inch wide footing. On top of that are the piers to elevate the house. At this stage, we chose continuous walls to conceal the underside of the house from the open sides of the site, given that it's such a communal area, and to provide fire separation for the unit, which will follow behind ours. After the piers were established, we learned the conventions of laying out floor framing and detailed this to accommodate a small cantilever, allowing the building to float. An additional detail that was necessary was in support of an inset ADA shower pan, which we'll be discussing later. In our first section, you'll notice the large span required over the linear kitchen. This was too long for conventional rafters, but the continuity of the space is really important for the scheme. So we decided to switch to a TGI truss system for the majority of our roof framing. You'll also notice a drop ceiling in the vertex of the two roof planes. This allowed the water management strategy to work and also provides a moment of transition between the kitchen and the other public spaces. All right, so in section 2, we cut through the private spaces of bedrooms and bathrooms, as well as the courtyard and living room at the rear. The first major detail change is in that front bedroom, where we moved that closet for more privacy from the street. When we ran spatial daylight analysis on this, as Ethan will be talking about later, we found a lack of natural lighting in this room, and that led to the addition of that clerestory window over the closet, which brings in a morning light from the east and diffused light throughout the day. On this sheet, we have another example of the types of issues that were resolved through the CD process, as well as some options that will be left to design while we build in the spring. On the kitchen design, we needed to control the opening sizes for the elements, yet the storage, cabinetry, and other parts of the layout are left to be worked out going forward. In contrast, the cross section through the courtyard was critical to resolving the scheme in a buildable manner. This roof seam here is a critical part of the water management strategy, as we've talked about, and it will shoot water off to the side of the building. And beyond that, you'll notice a platform over part of the courtyard. This allows space for the exterior HVAC unit to float directly in line with the service core that we talked about, and the air chase above it, to minimize the complexity and security issues that would come with moving the unit outside the building. So these strategies make this section a critical center point for the building. Next, we'll look at our building elevations. These are critical to get right via both the schematic design and construction detailing. As this house will be kind of the keystone front door of to the housing community behind it. And not only needs to be respectful of the existing context on the street facade, but also has that additional open facade on the north side. To engage with the existing context, as Liz mentioned, our overhang on the front of the building matches that of the neighboring shotgun house, as do the dimensions of the two doors and transom windows into the house. And to break down the scale of the facade, we are developing a sliding panel system. The system will also provide hurricane protection for the openings and adjustable privacy for the tenants of this really open site. The specifics of the panels are in ongoing development and will be discussed later. As we move into the enlarged details, I'll point out that this house is the first urban build that will be fully accessible. In conversations with our community partner, this was identified as key to the needs of the community that we help house. Through developing these bathroom details, we followed all of the ADA guidelines about spacing, grab rails, etc., and will be installing a roll-in accessible shower. In that same vein, we left space for a vertical platform lift to be installed by the owner. We ended up going with a lift over a ramp, as these can be easier to use for older and potentially weaker residents than working up and down ramps. And they also come with a backup hand pack pump or sometimes a battery system in the case of a power outage. Continuing on, these are our door schedules and details and our windows. And finally, here's the reflective ceiling plan and the electrical plan. So through this CD process, we were really able to understand how the key structure and mechanical systems could be integrated to not hide from, but support the original scheme from Olivia and Rebecca. To the benefit of a rich design build environment next semester, we've left some of these options open and are expecting more design input from some of the new students in the spring. With the completion of the CDs, I moved into modeling. By modeling the framing of the house, as you can see there, if you're in person, I was able to make some additional decisions on the way the home is constructed and identify some potential issues and figure out how we support the spaces we are creating. Okay. Thank you.
Who else want the application?
Yeah. Awesome. Is it time to talk about the house? Yeah. Who is gonna be who's gonna stay in these houses?
So we're in discussions right now with Crescent Care, which is a community health provider here in New Orleans that has a focus on HIV, but does not do that exclusively. They have a program that works with city and state vouchers to provide affordable housing for people living with HIV. And the discussions we're working on are to partner with that program. So the people living with HIV will be sort of screened and supported by Crescent Care.
Okay, and those people, could they be any age? Could they be from 18 to 80? And could they have families? And but most likely, could they be married with young children?
They could be, there in the housing voucher process, there are specific rules about how many people can live in how many bedrooms, and it depends on the family structure, genders, how many people are in them. So there's a range of possibilities.
Could it be shared housing? Could there be several people living together?
I don't believe so. No.
It's just interesting to think about, like, I think most of the time when I've come to the reviews, we're kind of imagining a young family, a couple, maybe a young family with children, or maybe with 3 generations, right? Like the parents and the adults and the kids, or, you know, I just wonder how this house is different. Is it different? Do you guys talk about that? Anybody? Or designers?
We talked about a variety of potential users, specifically the one like the user type we like focused on was an elderly couple with their caregiver, but initially we talked a lot about like families with children. That was like a huge reason it came up initially about the front bedroom windows, because we had originally put windows on that front secondary bedroom, and Pastor Ben came like on a visit one day. He was like, I wouldn't put my kids in there because of the windows facing Washington Avenue. We're like, oh yeah, good point. So I moved it to the side, and then in the CD process is when we added this room. We added the clear story. So we've talked about a lot of configurations of potential users, but I think we were given the criteria of 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom with the idea of flexibility.
Good, thank you. Thank you, that's all. And you knew that this space next to you would never be built. Like, we kind of assumed this is never going to be built, right? So this is always open space. And what do you think about the way, like, did you think about whether or not the bedroom should be against that, or the living room and kind of more public spaces of the house should be against that wall? Or, like, it seems like the kitchen is kind of blocking off that edge, right? And what's the decision there, as opposed to opening it up to that side?
When we were first starting, I guess also in our individual schemes, we both played around with splitting the public and private zones. I think we were really going along with one of the master plans that was chosen to be developed more, which I believe was Asher and Dan's, where that private bar was on the side with the neighbor, so that it has more privacy. And then from that, we developed the scheme where the public wraps around it, so we could kind of integrate those 2 spaces more.
It's a good question, because, you know, it's funny, they all look at many options, right? And through midterm, we choose one. Every year this happens, right? We got to commit to the one we chose. The whole time of developing the one we chose, we're wondering if we choose the right one. Sure, it's kind of nuts. So there were schemes that address those issues, and everyone saw those in midterm except you.
Yeah, I think about like House 2, that actually does have the kitchen along the long street, but it also does feel more open to the side in some way. Like, I don't know if was there a continuous breezeway or a deck along the walkway along the edge?
There was an exterior walkway.
Yeah, there was something about that house that had like multiple layers back that gave you some privacy, but also felt open to this, to the side street, right? And then the screens start to do that, right? But they're on a very dense wall, right? So I don't know if there's any opportunities to open up any of that. Like, is one of these areas at the end, doesn't have cabinets against the wall?
Right, and like the area you're pointing to is the dining room, which we added like the window, but there's no cabinetry along that.
Yeah, so could that be a window that went all the way to the floor, for example, that you could slide the screen in front of and put privacy, like move but you can slide away with these world, just to get some more connection to that side edge. And I also wonder about the choice of the stairway going to the street as opposed to going to the side. You know, we did some work with elder housing, and you know, people love to sit on the street, but they also like something between them and the street sometimes, right? Like a little bit of protection. So maybe continuing that planting along as a buffer between the porch, which will probably be heavily used, but then putting the stairs to the side so you have more connection. Again, thinking towards the future, like how is that side yard going to be used? The more activity you can push towards that side yard, the more energy it's.
In the elevation drawings and CDs, we aren't seeing, well, there's no screen shown in those elevations, but that's not to say. Or on that side, on the access side, but on the back, those screens, those were not shown in the CDs, but that's not to say they aren't happening.
Yes. It was addressed. They're going to be there for that security aspect, but still have to be how screen systems.
I just want to make sure they hadn't already been value engineered. Okay. But in that, if you go back to that, well, I will talk about this. There's a lot of, I mean, this always happens, you know, there's a lot of elements right now in these spaces. They're pretty tight spaces, both of those corridors. And I want to make sure that there's not, you know, too much going on in each of those. I think that screen in this rendering definitely helps illustrate that connection. Once you get all of those 3 sets of sliding doors open, and all the spaces are cohesive. But also want to make sure that it's not going to be kind of overstimulating. Again, I think we'll talk about it more.
But if it just had a handrail, right, you have another 3 feet before the property line, right? So, you know, you possibly could have a handrail, you could have bamboo or something, and then a fence behind that, you know, that would give it a little bit more space. Would you need that wall? Like, what's going to hold up this back wall? What's holding up that back wall? Construction documents, guys.
Eventually, it will be another unit.
Eventually, but.
That's still a development.
Yeah, and it's connected. The roof framing continues along towards that wall.
Okay, so that's coming through and holding it up, but this really isn't here, right?
Right. Potentially, yeah. So the detail of how the screen system goes onto that part, that part of that wall, will be important to figure out how it gets into that angle and how it is still supported. It may be that the part above that continuous 11-foot ceiling height. One of these.
You want to show us one?
Yeah, I'll pull up the CDs again. So maybe that the system only goes this base ceiling level, and the framing continues above that, but that's still to be developed.
So you mean this wall within at the top plate?
Yeah, at the top bit.
On the other side.
Yeah, sorry, right.
That would allow the panel versus sign for the other side.
Is that in the elevations of your set?
I believe the is drawn as solid. Yes.
And then again, I'm sure we'll talk about this in a minute, but is there continuity between the two, you know, between the screen and then the fixed screen and then the movable panels on the other side? Were those all designed by the same people or is it others?
We look at the side. But if you build those next semester, we build both. We build the back screens and the front screens, or the front screen is part of the future project. What do you call it, the front screen? The ones that are on the courtyard, on the open courtyard. Will those be part of this build? They'll be part of this build, yes. Okay. So could we talk about suggestions about continuing? Well, that's what Lauren introduced earlier today. Right. Like when we get to we'll end, we start with big picture, but we'll end with detailed conversations, but about the big picture. But also, you don't really have control over what happens next, right? We can write the zoning. That is a big question for us to talk about. Like, what do we borrow from this moving forward in effort to maintain continuity, but also offer opportunity for other students to get plugged in? And then I don't know the context next semester, you're talking about the context of what they're given and how they extend that. Right? And I think the little models that Lauren made, the one we ended up talking about last, is a good example of how it could work, where there is this continuous thread. And that's what all this stuff might be. And it really is stuff right now. We don't know which direction to pursue. We'll talk about that after this. But I think the conversation is right. That back wall will be strong. Trust me, right? It's going to be, those will be 2x6 or 2x8s we decided vertically.
For the
For the back wall, so to line up with the block. May not be modeled that way, but there'll be 2x8s. And then the top connection that continues that track line from the shutters, that'll triangulate that corner. It'll be fine.
Why do you guys put two front doors?
One's not a door, one's a window.
Well, it is a door.
Yeah, it is a door.
So that's kind of given the context, next door has these.
Use an image, right? Like we've done all that work, show that context shot by the front of the photo montage of the front elevation.
Yeah, it should be.
There.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Huh.
So all the houses next door have this the really tall windows there. So that's going to give a nod to that.
Okay, but that means not one door, one window.
It was cheaper to order a clear door than to order a closed window.
And will I know which one to go to in, or which one to knock on?
One of the
The one to knock on?
Okay.
Okay.
One's fixed, right?
No. Yeah, it's cool. I kind of like.
It's not.
I like the idea. Like, I wonder if one is like it's kind of neat that one is slightly different. Like when you can tell there's a window and door, but they're the same proportions. They're kind of the same.
That's really something to think about, right? Because when we install those doors, we can manipulate them in a number of ways.
Right. Like Ethan was saying, it was cheaper to just buy another door, but we may be able to just make it into a window.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's easy.
But I like the overhang. I like the way that you kind of addressed that it's a fifth one of these four things. So I always like that. And that there's some nod towards it. But so there's lots of ways to do it, and there's lots of ways to detail it, and so I think that would be something fun to continue to look at.
There was one diagram about water collection, water shedding. Where are you bringing the water? Where do my downspouts come down? The water will come like down these roofs. There will be a series of gutters right here that bring all the water to this zone. And then there'll be planters down here, all along here. And we're still developing how that water will then like move through the site. And that would be something we work on next semester.
And Lauren's considering some of the
full site-based strategy. If, every one of these has that same roof shooting the water out to the side.
When you guys made the master plan, was that strip where I see the landscape, was that part of your control, or is it part of the future control of someone who's going to design that courtyard?
I think it was a little bit of both. So the planting came from the idea of one of the master planning strategies we sort of settled on, where it was like the house and then there's like a semi-public space between the house and the alley or the entryway. And so the idea of having planter beds with like intentional landscaping, and then the idea of like water collection was part of our scheme, but it was sort of between the decisions made in the master planning strategy as well. And it was the idea that that could continue with the future units as well in some form.
Is that planter in the construction documents?
The one in the front, and then part of the side one that is directly adjacent to the stairs, because those are necessary for the handrails, but they would be like further developed. As far as like where, I think a lot of it had to do with where the eventual gate goes also, and that would determine like sort of the length, and then what would happen behind the gate, and like the landscaping there.
Yeah. So this, so that plan in the front was added as a way to not need a handrail because of the lane of the street that you need.
You don't need a guardrail on the deck.
Right.
You have to,
Yeah, it's because you're raising the ground around the deck, so it's not on that certain height where you would need the rail.
making those stuff with, yeah. Like seeing people in wheelchairs and things like that, I'm wondering about.
Roll it off.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I mean, it's a minor problem, but do they feel comfortable and safe?
But another thing to consider on that is the panel system is gonna have a portion in that frontage. So while that's not as easy to like convince for permitting, that'll be the protection.
And I'll also just add, my grandfather was disabled before he passed, and like all wheelchairs have pretty easy locks on the wheels.
Yeah.
So it's not like you have to actively be pushing yourself back ever, even if you're on a slope, you will lock your wheels.
That's true, but as someone who has small children, who's lived in a house that was grandfathered in Kentucky that did not have rails on our porch, like having kids go into a planter is better than going, 3 feet down. But I would, even with a panel system, if it was me, I would still want a rail of some kind there, or some kind of protection, because kids crash into stuff all the time.
You can make it more delicate, right? And you don't have a requirement for the height of it, so you can make something cool, right? So that alleviates you from having to have something with a 4-inch. But we can do like a really simple rail or something.
We're kind of at a disadvantage, right? So I'm feeling like the things that you've left out of this that we need to talk about, like what goes here, what goes here, what goes here, what goes along here. All of you have that in your head, and we don't.
But it's coming.
So I'd like for it to come now.
I think actually that's a good point, right? But
Is there going to be something here we're talking about, like?
yeah, but first we're going to talk about Ethan's energy analysis, and then we're going to end up talking about this.
Can I ask one more question? Because we were talking about the water shedding. When it gets to that little roof, does it come off in like a big sheet? Like or is it go into a gutter? Is it down a little downspout, or is it like shooting off the edge?
Kind of custom sheet metal spout showing off to the side that'll really project it out a little bit.
It's a good question.
Like it could be a big scupper that, sheets off and it's really cool.
Yeah, that's what I do in the CD. It's just.
But it's gotta go out enough to go over your sliding screens, and then it lands and makes a big mud puddle.
As far as
that I know there's supposed to be a planter there, but I feel like you're kind of like leaving that problem for the next guy, like, because somebody else is gonna design that courtyard, and maybe that's okay, they have to kind of figure out a way to deal with that. But even in the stuff for the city, don't they want to know where that water is going, or can it just go on to the?
They want it to stay there.
They want it to stay on the site.
Yeah.
So what's here? Does it need to be a hole filled with rocks?
No, we will deal with it. We've done it with rocks, we've done it with perfect metal, we've done lots of things. That goes next semester.
But it's a feature.
It's a feature.
Yeah, we want to know.
There's a thing that you call a tree in some drawings.
That would tell you that a tree would be in here.
And keep in mind, we're like at the midpoint of, like all these things, we'll talk about next semester too.
I know, but there's like three, as me as who's gonna experience, I'm not going inside the house, right? I'm gonna go to church and do that, I know they have this. And I'm really excited about what I see from the street, and, you know, if that's an idea, that there's a feature where water comes off and there's a box, a steel box that's filled with rock, and, you know, that.
We're on the same page, right? And we know that, we talked about it. Okay, so these guys are dying to get to this stuff.
I just want to get to the stuff all together, right? So I know it's behind me.
So you're right.
And I need to like get it all in my head. And the first question for the energy modeler is, did you model it with the screen or without the screen?
So without the screen, because there's about 4 people with about 10 options apiece. So it was much better to see the results focusing on the openings, which were determined.
No, we'll talk about it. No.
Yeah, well, I got a presentation.
That's a good question. So Nick, the answer is, we modeled it without to see how it performed, knowing the shutters would make it better.
Thank you. I know we're about to talk energy models, but the winning scheme, you both, one thing I want to say, I really appreciate the way you talked about it and the way that you came together, and when you were talking about like the strengths and the weaknesses of both your proposals and how they mesh together, you kept using the word values, which I think in syntax and narratives, when we're presenting about a scheme, we don't do that enough. So anyway, I thought that was very thoughtful and really well done. Thank you.
They have the ultimate test of presenting.
It definitely resonates because it wasn't orchestrated. It was very in the middle, well presented, and everyone was able to understand it. So thank you for that.
But they basically practiced it.
Yeah.
So that's
good. Awesome.
And just before I start the presentation, I want to do a bit of context. You're talking about the next people problem. I think, can we do a quick show of who here is planning to do full-time next semester? So we've got 5 or 6, so it'd be about half of the classes going to be here next semester building the house. So these questions will be us and some fresh blood and new ideas. So the suggestions we have are very for us. We're thinking about that more when we come back and start considering those issues during the build.
Okay, goodbye.
Oh, thank you. I almost forgot. I was like, I knew I needed to go to Zoom for something, but I couldn't remember what it was. All right. Hey everyone. My name is Ethan Lewis, and today I will be sharing building performance analysis on URBANbuild 17. Building performance analysis at the early design stage involves implementing an iterative process. You continually assess how your building is performing what drives that performance, and what you can do to influence it. URBANbuild analysis was conducted using Sapphire, a cloud-based software for energy-efficient building design. Each iteration was modeled with single planes in SketchUp before being uploaded. The building faces the Northeast in New Orleans, a humid subtropical climate with very long, hot, and humid summers and mild, short-lived winters. It is in the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, or ASHRAE, Climate Zone 2. The building faces is 2 stories with 25 foot tall apartment building on. Unfortunately, the building is approximately 25 feet away, leading to minimal obstruction. A shotgun double with a roof line aligned with URBANbuild 17, an 80-foot hip roof is to the southeast. There's only 6 feet of space between the 2 structures, which blocks direct light from penetrating into the interior adjacent spaces during the morning. To the northeast is Washington Avenue with the church parking lot directly facing the home. And to the southwest is the future site of URBANbuild 18, which will share a party wall and have the same roof height, potentially eliminating any light issues. This was the project's Plan Went 1 mid-review competition, and that plan has been refined based on previous daylight analysis to feature more northwest windows and northeast clerestory. Value engineering constraints have reduced the size of the sliding glass doors. The southwest facade is windowless, but light comes from that direction through sliding glass doors facing the glazed sunroom. The northeast side of the building features clerestory windows and 2 glass doors with additional transit windows. On the northwest are the 3 sliding windows and an operable louver system under development, not included in the energy analysis. It will substantially improve the afternoon glare issues and double as hurricane shutters. There are 2 additional sliding glass windows for the bedrooms and 2 transom windows for the bathrooms to the southeast. Daylight is a critical part of the optimum experience. Natural light enhances productivity and focus, keeps our circadian rhythms synced, and improves physiological well-being. The building's energy efficiency is enhanced as lights don't need to be turned on as much. Spatial daylight autonomy, or SCA percentage, is a good measurement of natural daylight. But sunlight can also bring glare and excessive heat gain. Annual sunlight exposure, or ASE, lets us know if that amount of glare is tolerable. Breaking these metrics down room by room helps highlight the project's strengths and weaknesses. An analysis of the SCA results reveal that the living spaces boast an incredible amount of daylight, upwards of 83%. The hall and restroom do not require substantial sunlight and are not a concern. Unfortunately, the second bedroom does not perform as well as the desired 75%, or even the nominally accepted 55%. The AAC results also reveal an overall positive performance, but some areas are suboptimal and would benefit from improvement. The primary bedroom has an excessive amount of glare that must be corrected. For all the spaces, various solutions are available to reduce ASE. The URBANbuild team has explored specific options such as window films and 2-layer screen shades. There are significant heat gains in the primary bedroom due to glazing and easy tension. An evaluation of different actions reveals no easy window-related solutions, while a breakdown of peak loads that shows the space is the largest consumer of energy per square foot in the house, primarily due to glazing production. So while the limitations of Sapphire prevent it from being modeled, it seems quite evident that investing in windows with a lower U value for this particular space would be a better move. As a bedroom condition, the second bedroom doesn't improve to achieve a high SCA. Indeed, the requisite action to do so, adding a transom over the south window, will exacerbate glare issues. The east-facing window is eliminated due to privacy issues raised by the client, although it would perform substantially better on a daylight and glare perspective. Instead, the placement of a desk alongside the window with proper glare control is all that's necessary. However, a slope above the closet door adds aesthetic appeal and a minor improvement to sunlight quantity, and we made that change between the end of permitting and the where we are now. While by no means perfect, thanks in part to earlier analysis and tweaking, URBANbuild 17 shows a significant ASE reduction with a slight decrease in SDA over the course of the project's development. The project would likely receive 2 out of 3 LEED points if the blinds, glare control film, and louvers planned for the building were considered. Looking at the evolution of the project over the course of schematic design to construction documentation reveals that the project's daylighting performance steadily improved, with a slight reduction at the project's conclusion due to budgetary constraints. Previous projects that lack Sapphire tell a similar story. There is a clear improvement in the project over its predecessors. The positioning of URBANbuild 17 and 14 play a substantial role in their performance, as their lots are closest to the traditional north-south orientation for this climate. 15's limited openings are detrimental, while 16 has a particularly challenging orientation. Annual luminance defines the extent to which a space has enough natural daylight to allow work to be carried out without the need for electric lighting during daytime hours. This is a recommended metric by the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America. It illustrates the strong performance of the living spaces and the ideal location for desks in the private bedrooms. The building's illuminance during the winter solstice reveals that during the darkest of days, there will still be ample light in the spaces from morning to midday, but relative darkness by early afternoon. The equinox shows the same issues, only more subdued. On the other hand, the summer solstice provides excellent lighting throughout the day, but the afternoon brings western glare issues that can be resolved via the louver system. A typical summer day, animated, illustrates this point further. Continuing the energy analysis, new strengths and weaknesses are discovered. There is cellular spray insulation between the floor joists, wall studs, and TJI rafters, and the electrotrope radar software was used to calculate the R value, which represents how well insulation restricts heat flow, and the U value, or thermal transmittance, the reciprocal of R value, commonly used in windows based on current URBANbuild plans and specifications. These values serve as inputs for energy modeling, and they're solid improvements over the ASHRAE 2013 requirements and local code specs. The building performs significantly better than the ASHRAE 2013 standards, with a 31% decrease in energy use intensity, or EUI. For reference, energy-intensive residences might have an EUI of up to 100 kilo British thermal units per square foot per year, while high-performance homes have an EUI of 25 or less. The Passive House standard requires less than 14.6 EUI, excluding renewables. URBANbuild 17 falls short of the 12 EUI benchmark of the AIA 2030 challenge. In this particular case, we can implement on-site renewable energy to achieve that benchmark. Lighting is the dominant energy use in the project, with heating close behind. Consistent with the inefficiency of heating compared to cooling, and a substantial reduction in cooling loads thanks to natural ventilation systems. These results show that investing in an energy-efficient heating system or lighting would likely be more cost-effective than, say, a pump system. Wall conduction is the primary driver of heating and cooling loads, with roof conduction coming in at a close second. A series of response curves were run to measure if investments in increased R values for roofs and the like would lead to a significant EUI reduction or improved end user comfort. In the end, the results showed that photovoltaic panels on either of the considerable portions of the roof were the most cost-effective investment, with net zero EUI at about 600 square feet of panels. To more accurately understand the cost of these systems, I scheduled consultations with Sunco Solar, the largest employer in St. Tammany Parish, now a subsidiary of ADT. Financing options like this one for 17 pounds without a battery show that we can cover expenses with money that would typically go towards the electricity bill. However, we would get better rates if we rolled the costs into a larger mortgage on the URBANbuild homes. The battery would allow the home to function off-grid and supply essential services to the micro communities in the area in the aftermath of major hurricanes and other disasters. I also consulted with Solar Alternatives, the Gulf South's leading provider of clean energy systems management solutions, and their quote included Tesla Powerwalls that are pre-tax rates or aggregate given government's nonprofit status. There are some instruments that allow us to capitalize on those tax rates, such as actually basically using it to require that personal data to take advantage of what's currently a 26% tax rate. There's plenty of examples of this with other not-for-profits. And it's worth noting that those tax rates starting at the end of 2022 go from 26 to 22%, I believe. So if we were looking to do solar panels for this master plan, it'd be better to put more on the first house and take advantage of the full tax base than it would be to lead them towards the end of the project. And looking at these quotes, again, they Sunpro went with out-of-pocket costs, which is probably add 20 or 30% to that, because we're as they probably will be won't be getting the tax base that they're forecasting. Look, I've also included all those estimates on that table over there if anyone's interested, since they have some pretty thorough reports. Looking at the project across 4 critical stages of development, assuming that R values stay constant at the current target assumptions, reveals substantial improvements as the project has evolved. Indeed, a 23% reduction in annual energy costs and a 37% EUI reduction is evident. Past URBANbuilds, presuming R values are constant, also reveal that the project performs substantially better than prior iterations. Notably, URBANbuilds 14 to 16 had to contend with info lots with no side windows, something that URBANbuild 17 does not. The project has a lower EUI than any of the past 3 builds by 9%, while boasting substantially better daylighting metrics and primary spaces. The project is comfortable with all zones passing dry flow comfort criteria, and the building is well designed for natural ventilation, with a free area or space for outside air to flow into a room proportional to its size of 18.6%, a more than 350% greater free area than the 5% minimum requirement for natural ventilation. No regularly occupied space falls below this benchmark. The project as it stands is quite effective for an affordable home. The tweaks in the building systems have resulted in a 31% more efficient project than the initial baseline at mid-review. Energy costs show a 23% reduction and CO2 a 28% reduction. This project offers an exciting real-world application of energy modeling and its benefits. Thank you. I can answer any questions if there are any terms I didn't explain, or any questions about the modeling.
I guess just to recap, is as we're going into this idea about screening, what did your research tell us that you said that screening is going to help your numbers and improve them?
Yeah, basically the critical juncture. So I should add that this was modeled with the rear walls. I'm trying to jump back to a plan. So this was modeled with the rear wall shading systems in place, but not the operable louver system.
And what were those systems? Like 25%? Like how do you decide when you talk about the two in the back? They're not solid walls, right?
So at the CD phase, they were completely solid walls, and I don't think we've 100% decided what's going to happen. So those simulations were run with basically this is solid and this is solid, but then no louver system along this side at all because it's operable and has to be maneuvered from the outside. So I figured given that the end user might not be so active with using it, and we haven't, again, there's about 40 different options to choose from, it would be better to run it without it.
So windows are not screened, but the courtyards are full walls up to the roof line.
Mm-hmm.
And then the roof of the back porch was modeled as a transparent material, or is that?
Yes.
Or translucent?
Mm-hmm.
So what's your gut telling you, Ethan? Like once we apply some shading devices to the northwest windows, will we see a little improvement or substantial? Like what?
So the issue, there are 2 things, right? There's daylight and glare. And we're currently at 30% glare for the overall project, and we want to get that down to 10%. But internal sunshades can achieve that as well. So it's not like it has to be the external louver system. If you have blackout shades and a sunshade, which is 2-layer shades we were talking about, you can get the same effect from the inside of the house with a little more heat gain because it's on the interior, but nothing particularly of note. For the sides on the courtyard, cross ventilation is the main purpose, I think, of having those in, because especially with the sunroom, I'm personally a little concerned about only having one side open. Like you want to have more air flowing through that space since you have the direct sunlight and you don't have a greenhouse effect in the sunroom, especially in a place like New Orleans. So
this is
yeah. And then, yeah, pretty much just the biggest issue that the louvers are trying to block is A, they double as hurricane shutters, and B, that western summer glare would be a killer if we don't block it in one way or another.
And to that, is this door here was causing the biggest problems?
Yes, so this room has a lot of glare and a lot of heat gain. So basically, this room is more of an energy drain because of the cooling systems. And the heating systems, as well as the openings, are pretty large than any other room in the project. And this room just isn't getting a ton of light, but since it's a bedroom, and there's enough space here that you could put a desk and work at a desk with natural light coming from that window, we felt like it wasn't worth the changes needed to get that up to specifications.
With that knowledge, though, that one window, one door is going to be our biggest issue, there aren't any screens that are addressing that. Are there any screens that are addressing that?
No, all that's currently planned for that door
is the interior.
Yeah.
Yeah, the renderings that Liz did.
Right. Which would be included, we think, in in the bill?
No, but it's a suggestion we would make to the owner. It basically could be handled with curtains and blinds. We could also introduce, we talked about this, but I have not modeled it. There could be a louvered shade system over that courtyard, right?
Yeah, it's like, just what if you extend, you've done this before, you've extended the frame through and, you know, so it becomes like a louvered.
Diffused light.
Roof, yeah.
That's another
That
option.
could be cool. You could just continue these, that's like a scissors act or something like that. Oh, true. I wondered, if, you know, a lot of these houses have a lot of openings and a lot of courtyards, like, if you opened all these doors and thought about ventilation, ceiling fans and things like that, do you have any idea if that allows you to like turn on your air conditioning later in the year or something like that? But can you measure that? Can you measure how cool it will be in the house based on these courtyards and kind of chimney effect of pulling hot air out and things like that? Can you determine that, if that helps?
So the natural ventilation side, yes, because basically I was able to tag, like the transom isn't operable, so it's tagged as fixed glazing. And then operable windows are tagged as operable. I tagged the doors even though they could open as fixed because I can't imagine people opening a door, let the air in that often. But when it comes to like specific spaces, such as the chimney effects, I don't personally know how you could kind of do, I know it's possible, but do those kinds of flow analyses. But I can tell you that these energy results are based on the idea that when there's no wind and when the building is occupied, if it makes sense, you open a window. And if you're opening the windows substantially, like it's one of the big reasons because during the daytime, from like morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you won't ever have to turn on a light in the living room or the kitchen or the dining room. You'll never even feel the need to, it'll just be so bright.
But if you flip that in the program, if you flip these transom windows to be operable, it seems like that actually would make a difference, right? Because they're up high and there's a lot of heat gathering up there.
That's true, but one thing to keep in mind about that is free area, which is just having, sorry, I don't know where it is, but all the way. So that room, the second bedroom, is closed, but it does pass the basic target for natural ventilation. And since all the hot air is rising to a space where you aren't, as an occupant, it's not as big of a concern. Although you're certainly right that if those could be operable, it would be a great way to get the heat out of the top of the room.
Could you figure out a way to draw all the way back? Or could you figure out a way that drew the air from that's getting heated by the sun over here all the way up and out?
We have a drop ceiling there.
Right, or could you put some vents?
Bathrooms in between.
Yeah, but you could put some vents in there and let air go through maybe, you know?
Right.
So that would be done. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't have the information on that, but I see what you're talking, like if you look at the framing model and see that you could put vents along the wall to the primary bedroom and then along the wall to the secondary bedroom and then have pan open like mechanical clear.
Yeah, very good.
I was wondering when this this is the courtyard. This is the sunroom. Okay, when did this kind of, maybe it's frosted, maybe it's not frosted, when did that kind of element come into play? Were you someone who, after this energy model, you kind of saw that there needed to be an extra layer beyond just the framing being left open? Was that the critical point in helping make the decision, or did this happen earlier?
So I don't actually know who particularly made the decision to glaze over the building, but one thing we were talking about is just how there was a desire to have a hybrid outdoor usable space.
Okay.
That would be more semi-private.
Water focused than glare and daylight.
Covered like
During the CDs, we wanted to not have more covered outdoor spaces and just the one uncovered one that's in the middle of the house, right? And so I believe that's why it goes over that back deck or sunroom. And then there's a discussion, once that got covered, of the light and the airiness, et cetera, of that back deck. So a translucent or polycarb, like a plastic polycarbonate or something over that, seems like the middle ground.
What's it called out in your documents?
What's that?
What's it called out as in your documents? Is it polycarbonate? Is it half inch?
I don't believe it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't have a specific material.
And I will add from the
It will not be polycarbonate. Because.
we knew from the beginning that the problem with this particular house was actually much more about than not about. We were looking for ways to be more strategic about how we bring daylight into the house.
And part of that what makes that living room special is having light on both sides. So we want to preserve that.
Okay, so
Super interesting. It's really interesting.
And all the points you made about, getting more specific into how the heat flows through the building, I'd love to learn how to do that and really.
Well, these are the things that are really unique are these courtyards, and you wonder how they help, but it's different than a shotgun house, right? A shotgun house is just a block with windows on either side. So by carving these things and allowing areas to move, I wonder if it really is going to feel.
Well, it's pretty amazing, like, the idea is we continue to research here. Last two houses we've done, Sarah Allen can sort of fill me in on this, or tell me if she supports it, but basically when you open that center courtyard, you just open the front door and the back door. The air just flows through. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. So from experience, we know this will work. I like the idea of maybe introducing some vents through the sidewalls, right? Of the high points in the front bedroom. And maybe even through that little greenhouse space. In Germany, you would call that a winter garden, right? Like even through the walls of the winter garden. Yeah, right. So I can imagine like in the wintertime, you can pull plants, right? Sure. In the summertime, you open up the vent. It'd be pretty nice.
And we have only one, on my office, we have a fixed facade with a door, but we have one transom over the door. And when that's open and closed, it makes all the difference. It's very simple, and there's no security issues about it. So talking about those doors, even those two over the doors of the front porch might be useful. Those transoms.
So while we're on that topic, we need to move to this, right? Because I think, yeah, start out.
Yeah, I think Bill, here too, but I think there are too many 40 different screen options to go with, but I do think this sort of model would be very useful. And I know you did from like the midterm to now, and that was great to see. Oh, gotcha. And I just mean like comparing where the design was at midterm to now and seeing those improvements, but even just being able to say, oh, what if we sort of translucent roof to the other courtyard, or adding, more shading above that now open courtyard, just to help inform the decisions that are going to be made next semester. Maybe that's something that we could do next semester even before we decide where we're going to move that.
Yeah.
With translucent material or something else,
I'll be there to send me the questions and
Actually,
Okay. All right.
yeah.
Ready? Okay, so now we have 4 people working on the shutters. These kind of skin systems. One is out with COVID, Andres. So I'll pull a couple of, we'll give a Zoom review with him on January 7th. So I'll ask a couple of you to jump in on that. And he was doing something interesting with off-the-shelf expanded metal screens like we've worked with before. Okay. And then there are 3 others, Asher, and then Bomica, and then Mitchell. Now, Asher and Bomica have more physical models. Mitchell, you got more digital modeling, right? So the order is just right? We can listen to Asher and Bomica present their thoughts about looking at the physical artifacts, and with Mitchell that he can keep his models on the screen. And then we can, as we talk about these, we don't have to talk about all 3 and wait, we can interject a bit more, but this is this topic is the segue to next semester, right? So when I say we're the midterm of the Urban Build Studio, we are, right? So that there are certain things we have to get done to get the permitting process rolling and get the budget, get some of the budget numbers rolling. But this stuff is to come and be developed further, okay? And typically we'll have another 4 or 5, sometimes 6 new people join us with fresh ideas, okay? So, Ashley, you're up.
Let me take a quick break.
Oh, do we all need to take a break? Here we go. Yeah. You got another 5-minute break? We're
We're 6 minutes ahead of schedule, so.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
That's great to know that.
I was a small center, it's great.
Are they done?
No, oh, yeah, they're doing like the social event.
Are they close to being?
I think they just need one more week in January. Yeah, it's great, I mean, it's incredible they were able to accomplish all that. They got with IDA and everything, so. Yeah, it's looking really good, it's just like some facade stuff, like the screen wall, and some finishing details.
Yeah.
But it's looking good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nice.
Thank you.
It's great to get out there, yes. Yeah, it's like 30 minutes for me.
Yeah.
But it was good, it's nice to go.
Yeah, we can like look through it and see all the way through.
Oh, that's my favorite part of the small model.
I do leave a cool theory though, so it's really great to see.
Okay, the roof comes off, so you can take it off.
I was talking to Rebecca today about the possibility of like having like an exhibition at the church.
Yeah. Or it's maybe like
Yeah,
in
really cool models.
I think we should.
That would be sick.
See? And the light was to be grown, it looks bright. Yeah.
It's at 5:50.
I'm gonna leave my class.
Thank you.
My studio desk is completely.
Right.
I decided not to my taking both models. Although, no, I thought it was so funny, because I all the time they find that whole model, and then they have to always not myself. And I was home, now they're like, what you're trying to and I was like, are you serious? It's like,
I have nothing to worry about. I saw the model on me, but
Oh, they know what my deadline is.
She did that, she's done it.
Yeah, and she gave me the resume.
What are the odds that it's actually opening a church? So yeah, Discontinuous line.
Yeah, it's like it's awesome together.
Yeah, I do like.
Yeah, I'll see a lot more.
He was saying about back and then up was really nice.
These things. Or.
Are you sitting on the screen?
Yeah, because I'm on the screen, my work is on the left side.
Yeah.
My work's all on the left side.
Hey, guys, come on, go, Ash.
Where's the schedule?
4 o'clock. I like the old Richard days.
Hello, my name is Asher Behar, and I explored bent metal paneling strategies for the facade. My initial research led me to the precedent you see in front of you now. This work was done by an African architecture student and was intended as a way to collect and contain rainfall through a vertical element to help combat the constant pressures of drought in Africa. And while New Orleans is certainly more at risk of flooding than it is of a drought, the same strategies could be used to shed water rather than contain it. There's several interesting qualities in this type of strategy that I was interested in, primarily that it has almost zero waste. Unlike a perforated comparison, you'd be losing the pieces you cut out. Here, they're still contained. Additionally, a system like this would allow lots of light to enter through the angled openings, but still maintain a high level of privacy in relationship to the exterior. All of this while using standard-sized material to maintain high affordability and reproducible typology. My work began by taking standard sizes of sheet material in 4x8s and 4x10s and finding the most efficient cutting strategies to minimize the total waste used. In total, there are 13 3x10 panels and 3 4x10 panels that make up the entire exterior facade, or that would be covered by the facade elements. And you can see those on the top left and top right. In the first strategy on the left, the assemblage for the first system would include using 4 1-foot strips that align with the windows, a 2-foot panel on top, and a 4-foot one on the bottom. In this first strategy, the most efficient method would be to take a 4x10 sheet and to cut it up into different segments of 2x3s, 1x3s, 2x4s, and 1x4s. While this design has the highest number of unique cuts, it is also the most efficient, using only 13 sheets of standard material and having approximately only 9 square feet of waste, as you can see there. This same strategy on a 4x8 panel is not quite as effective, requiring 17 different panels and leaving around 30 square feet of waste in small strips of material. The other strategy I focused on facade 2 was a more minimalistic approach using only 1 seam that would align with the top of the windows to keep that overall effect, requiring only 1 to 2 cuts per sheet. This method would require only 16 sheets of 4x10 material, and the strips of waste will be able to be repurposed on those interior courtyard spaces that we talked about, as well as in the sunroom. The 4x8 options are cut very similarly, but require much more product and have the most amount of waste. This is probably the least effective use of material of the options present.
Can you go back to that for a second?
Yeah.
What are you showing us there? Looking at the one that says 4x10, right, times 13.
Right.
And what are all those configurations next to it?
Right. So essentially, if you look at the top of that, that's the kind of like assemblage of it. So that times 1 section is where it covers where the rain, like the roof kind of meets right there, and it's that flat portion. The times 2 are those 2 elements that make up that cover the portion.
So those are all the screens you need.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the finished product.
Assemblage of it, and the 6 are the operable panels. So from here now, this is the total amount of product you're using with the 13 4x10 sheets, and it'd be cut into this variety of cuts. As I'm saying, this one is the most unique amount of cuts to be assembled, and those pieces are then rearranged to use.
So you have like a 3x4 piece and a 1x4 3 piece
So
and a
this
2x3.
is made up of 1x3s or 4s, because some of them are odd numbers, and then a 4-foot one on the bottom and a 2-foot one on top. And that lines up with the top and the bottom window to create a nice effect, as well as using a very minimal amount of waste.
And what's critical is what's in red. Those systems result in only that much waste.
Yeah, right. And on top of that, this strategy, we really end up with almost zero waste because those vertical elements can be repurposed to create that interior courtyard space facade that we talked about earlier that would allow for cross ventilation and additional shading strategies.
Southern wall. If you're making the assumption that the ones at the top, these kind of the simpler it is, the better it looks, right?
Well, I don't call it an assumption. I mean, my personal preference, I think that fits the overall strategy better. But this could be in a different way. As one of the people that he's unfortunately not here today, he explored expanded metals, and it was using a similar type cut strategy of rearranging them. And I think that still also looks very well.
Yeah, it really is a pity he's not here because those strategies were turning out to be good.
I omitted some of my previous work because it related very directly to that of like kind of rearranging this to be very organized, kind of more randomly dispersed instead.
Okay, and just quickly while we're looking at this, just graphically though, like you have ×1 waste, that is the total waste under the, but then is that one ×13, is it really 13 pieces?
That's the piece that would be cut that not directly part of the system.
Right.
So in this instance, you're left with a lot of 2x1s.
But there are 13, there's really 26 little pieces left over.
Whereas this one, you're left with this is a 3 by 3 with a little 1 foot bonus piece. And on the end, that's a 1 foot by 10 foot strip. Right.
13 of them.
Yeah, and that would be repurposed. I really end up with almost no waste. Moving on, studying the form of the house, I drew inspiration from the unique roof line and its proportions when developing some of these cut patterns. I found that the straight segment of the roof was equal to 1 unit, and then the longest leg equal to 4 units, and the back portion equal to 2 units. There are 4 main typologies I utilized: vertical wings on the top, which stem from arranging the house vertically against itself. Next would be the horizontal wings, which kind of are the same core concept, but inverted, taking the spaces between them and arranged horizontally. And then kind of 2 downward angled forms, which are just an inverse of each other. And then if you look to the right, you can see how these cuts are arranged in scalable density. I really wanted to make sure that whatever pattern came out of this wanted to have a relationship to the overall project and not be something that kind of stood apart and had a real tie into it all. Looking outside elevations of each of these strategies mentioned previously, this is the horizontally winged design of both the facade typologies with the 6-panel system on top and the 4-panel one on the bottom. And this allows you to see kind of the scale of each typology when applied to the entire facade. So you can kind of talk about here where the more cuts and the more seams kind of ties in with the windows, and it might be more enjoyable depending on your opinion. It's the downward angled one. And then here's kind of some two other options where the horizontal and vertical one, where it's sort of higher scale of them all. And that was kind of one thing that I think will be really good to explore further next semester when you're building some full scale models, is understanding what they look like in proportion to the building. For instance, all my models over there are half scale, that I believe, because they look a lot better now, where if I made one that was too big, it just didn't feel right in this setting. So here you can see the enlarged frontal elevations on the left next to some of the renders on the right, looking at it from the street side corner, as well as from the porch looking out. This gives you the quality of light experience you would have while sitting in there, as well as the levels of privacy from the street it offers. And here's some additional ones from the rear, as well as a close-up frontal. And then just kind of flicking through this, the 1-panel strategy or 2-panel strategy. And then in this instance, this is that larger one. You can kind of see how they lose that sense of texture when they're looking at the rest of the building in context.
In your opinion, is it better when it's small?
I think there's a fine middle ground where, in this instance, I think it's too big and you're losing that sense of texture. It's becoming more of a formal object, sculptural. And then in this instance, I think it starts to lend itself really well to a happy medium. And in an earlier work, I had it even smaller, and it just becomes too busy. You can't see out of it. So there's a fine level of balance between finding the level of openings, how big each one is, how much you bend them. I was really interested in exploring the different scales and typologies of the folds, and how a different form folded in a certain way would affect both the interior light qualities as well as the textural effect in the exterior. And then I have some materials as well passed around on the side, as well as some animated videos show at the end. And then this is a detailed wall section showing how I construct it and how it's related to kind of the 2 primary elements of the flat portion of the roof that's
running out and the top part.
It's a single thickness wall. It never.
Yeah. The way we've set it up currently is that we don't overlap. But I think that'd be something to definitely explore next semester once we have them kind of built, because it wouldn't be that hard to kind of set it up against each other and see what the qualities you would get when you get the kind of overlapping effects.
But you can't, can you have all the windows and the porch fully open at the same time?
So no, the porch and this section in front of the flat part of the roof are fixed. And the 6 operable 3-foot by 10-foot panels are adjacent to each window.
And is there a frame? Is there a kind of metal? Is there a frame and then this sheet is attached to it?
Yeah. So what I have it modeled set. My interpretation of this would you'd be using angle beams and hollow beams to frame the whole system, and you'd be mounting it then with these 1/8 or 1/4 inch sheets of aluminum to that with a spacer between them, kind of allow for extra levels of depth.
And do you know what the roller system is and stuff like that?
Yeah, we found some from, what was the name of that?
Granger. CRL.
Yeah, we have this. So if you look at the wall section, the detailed wall section, it's all modeled to scale.
There are options. There's Grant, Hardware, Granger. You get them from Zoro. It's just common, right?
Yeah, we found the ones we'd actually be using to purchase and like model that accordingly.
Actually have the model number. You guys want?
One thing I would say was what I was able to make a sample out of that scrap aluminum there on the left. And I thought was really interesting was that when we cut it, there was a mistake and we used a 1/4 inch bit instead of an 1/8 inch. And while it wasn't kind of the effect I was going for, it created a larger opening around the folded pieces, which kind of created a nice effect where then it allowed more porosity while still like maintaining the same amount of non-wasted material.
You calculated that in your waste?
So good. Not. Be a lot of math.
Okay, good. Energy. As far as energy, does the screen do any good when it's not in front of a window? Like, does shading the solid wall help with heat gain or anything?
It does.
It does.
It does.
Also, especially the quick ones.
In reality, so the panel over the wall behind the range, but that would help a little bit, and then when the panels are not over the windows, that would help a little bit, but there's still so much wall surface left exposed. I think the help would be minimal. Right. And these things are about security, privacy, shade, depending upon which scheme we pursue, a little help in a storm, right? It's also really about designing a facade for that adjacent outdoor space, right? So that outdoor space feels more like a room. So that's what's interesting to me about these next features.
And tying urban, the next one's together.
Right. So Bobak, you're next. Ashley, you finished?
Yeah, I realized at the end of it that I was not sharing the screen the whole time.
What?
You sure it was us?
That was good.
I took this out, okay?
But I understand what happened.
You realize that soon you messed up, that's all.
Okay.
Who's you next?
Actually, was it intentional that top row not having?
No, that was kind of, this was the first time I was able to get a little small piece of scrap material, and I just made one quick example of it, and something to cut out.
Mhm.
It got kind of messed up.
Well, but interesting to see it.
Yeah, that's some of the creepy.
It has a long way to be a lot better.
Long way.
It has a long way to be a lot better than this.
Well, to be fair, you did that for the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
Right, and that kind of research will take a little more time, and that's not a crit of you. You were busy. I guess you had a little free time yesterday.
You had free time.
You hand bent those?
Yeah, it's really easy.
I really think.
What
Is Nick still here? No, I really think that would be a better system in a thinner light gauge steel than aluminum. Would be stronger and thinner and more resilient. Sure.
If it was steel, would you have to?
Either you rust, let it rust, you paint it. You can galvanize, you can dip it, you could, powder coat. There's a powder coat, there's that guy,
And what's nice too with this typology is that the school has the water jets, CNC machines, so a lot of different options for us to try to fabricate it ourselves. And yeah.
Do you think that this precedent, is this punched?
So that was the same exact thing pretty much as this, but he bent it in both different directions to help collect water as it runs.
See how, like, I don't think this was milled, I think this was punched, or, I mean, maybe it was a water jet, but.
I think it probably a water jet. I don't know how you would have gone about punching it really efficiently.
It'd be like a custom die.
Yeah, but the whole premise behind it was that it was supposed to be really accessible for everyone in Africa or whatever to do it. So logically, it'd be like a little panels of sheets that they'd be like jetting out.
They probably could go.
So I mainly focused on wood as a material for a screen system for the project. So the purpose of the screen system in general.
Stop. I think you might want to let people know that while they're enjoying your wonderful presentation, you have some things on the table here. This is yours.
Yes, so all of those models are made by me and they represent some of the options I'm going to discuss.
Okay, awesome.
So when we started discussions about the stream system, the primary purpose of it was hurricane protection, illustrating shading strategy, and as a privacy screen. And something, the privacy screen aspect of it is something that was very important to me since the beginning of URBANbuild, since I started working on URBANbuild, because in URBANbuild 14, there's this statement that giving occupants flexibility gives them some agency. And so I believe that these screens have to do that. So these are some of the precedents I looked at, and they are all teak wood, very expensive, not accessible to everyone. And I also looked at these precedents, and these wood shutter systems really make the buildings look dynamic and add texture that makes the project seem more tactile. So based on all of that, I came up with a research question early on in which towards the middle of the semester. How might we apply custom elements in an affordable housing project using standard materials and equipment to create a system that can be replicated? So after considering different types of wood options, we narrowed in on these two based on affordability, availability, the resistance to weather, and the sizes they were available in. After analyzing these two, I did most of the options with cedar sheets because they're cheaper than Komaru and they're locally available at a company called Sequoia. And they have standard 7-foot and 6-foot sheets available at Y&H.
And they're really boards. You would call them boards, yeah.
So these boards have an actual thickness, actual width of 5.5 inches. And so when you cut that in half, it cuts off 1/8 of an inch. So the actual board, so each slat will be 2.69 inches. So if you use cedar, they're available in 6-foot and 7-foot. So I have drawn here different ways in which I cut them to get different sizes of materials for this project. And I did the same with Komaru board, and they have more custom sizes available, so you could even get an 11-foot sheet. So early on in the project, we looked at the elevation of the house and we divided it into different sections. So the 12-foot, almost 30-foot section is the front porch, which is fixed, and the 7-foot section is fixed. Other than that, there are all the 3-foot panels that slide. And to design all of these panels, I started with a strategy of designing a framing system so that it frames the window lens. And along with that, I came up with a strategy of trying different spacing options for the slats. I tried 1/2 inch 1 inch and everything up until 4 inch because of the code. And then I started broadening the strategy to vary these spacings also based on the sections created by the lines of the windows. And I tried the same strategy with horizontal units. And when you actually divide the board up with the windows, you get 3 foot, 4 foot, and 3 foot bands. So something I tried after that was putting the modeling the walls of the house in grasshopper as an individual panel and trying to enter in the thicknesses or the spacing that I would want. And after doing that for the entire house together, I made different programming for every shutter so that I could vary all of the spacing in each shutter. After that, I further divided it so that each shutter had 3 sections. And I also tried programming it so that the width of the shutter varies based on, for example, where the windows are located. And that created this undulating texture throughout the screen. But we decided to not proceed further with that option because it made the screen system look more like an object where we were trying to pursue a more textured strategy. So I basically did that. And then you have, so this is the first strategy, a vertical strategy. I've just varied the spacing between different panels, this one, and you can see how many sheets are required for the strategy, the area they take up, and the cost. And this is the strategy represented in the house. As you can see, all these strategies will create different shadow lines on the porch. And I thought that they were more pronounced than I would have expected. So throughout this research, I realized that even making subtle changes to texture can create a lot of difference when you look at the house from different angles and when you look at the shadows created. So this is another strategy where I just varied the spacing in different sections. And this is the result. In this strategy, I differentiated the spacing in all 3 sections of the bottom, top, and middle.
Can I ask you the screen that's on the street? Is that just against the solid wall? I know there's no window behind it, but is it away from the wall, or is it floating off the wall, or is it applied to the wall?
It's not applied to the wall, just like the other screen. The floor extrudes out, and then so that goes under a trap. And we were also potentially discussing the idea of adding a trap there that would slide to cover the front porch. And today, when we were discussing one of the projects, you mentioned that the stairs could potentially be from the side, and maybe that could help as a privacy screen in that case.
Stairs on the.
This is one where they are alternating. So you have, and this one actually contained the least amount of material and was the least expensive in terms of material cost. So because you alternate the 7-foot slats, you get a dense structure towards the middle, and then.
Very nice.
And then I also tried out some horizontal options. The horizontal options ended up taking more material, but when you look at them in the render, they actually don't look as dense for the amount of material they consume.
How much more material, do you know?
So this takes up 150 sheets. this space of 95.
Oh,
This is 38. So the horizontal ones generally take up more material than all the vertical ones. So for this one, I kept the spacing standard for all of them, sort of the screen that is showed. And in this one, I kept the top one, I made the top section dense.
What is that, but those only subset?
In this one, the top and bottom section are dense on all four panels.
So only you said 150 pieces per
175 boards.
175 boards.
Yes, because each board gives you 2 7-foot panels. It can give you 4 3.5-foot panels, or it can give you 4 3-foot panels.
It seems like it would be more than that. You're saying, okay, we'll double check.
What's the frame on the back?
Steel.
Steel, or somebody said aluminum angles?
That's one option. We can do either one, actually. Depends, the aluminum would have to get thicker.
What have you done with in the past?
Steel.
Just a big steel frame that you attach to the aluminum.
Yes, we were able to, it works. The steel can be thin. Okay, keep going, sorry.
So this is just the horizontal strategy where the doers get dense towards the middle towards the windows. It takes out 170.
Put that one back, put that horizontal option. Option back. Is that model? Yeah. Okay.
More material?
Yeah, not much more. Okay.
Also, I subdivided the frame for the fixed frames in this one, so that the horizontal slabs would not have to span as much.
Material behind the screens? What, how do you, pen? What?
Smooth, yeah.
These are all the vertical systems together. These are all the horizontal systems I've shown so far. The wall section. So the wall section I prefer from the ones other options will show you, because I mirror the angle so that it's flush with the wood slab, and so it directly connects to the wood slab, and the wood slabs help mask the width of the frame, so the frame looks thin from both sides and is not as noticeable from both sides of the screen. And there's a Granger track with wheels. We all use the standard one, and the nosing helps hide the track. Something to consider with cedar is it ages with time and it will turn gray, so that's something you'll have to think about. A lot of these spacing decisions were also based on the fact that cedar does not work as much. It will still not be perfect over time. So having irregular spacing will help mask that. That's all. But that is all. Very much.
Good, thank you. The grades just means we have to pick a color to paint the building that's complementary to the grade.
Yeah.
And then once upon a time, you discussed the possibility of painting the wood. What would you rather do?
I actually, after we had a conversation, I looked into what cedar looks like once it ages, and I think that it doesn't look that bad if you design the house being cognizant of that fact.
Okay. So we have one metal system, sheet, wood boards, right? And then we have metal pieces from bitumen.
You build Peter's church and the old, what they call the wood, outside of church, the land.
I have scrap left over.
Yeah.
What's shown there on the porch, is that hardy, like size?
He's showing flat board, yeah.
That hasn't necessarily been decided whether the upper part's flat and the bottom part's.
So what has been decided is the upper portion, the high part of the roof above the track, would be corrugated metal, vertical.
White?
It's either white or gray.
Right, we talked about
Or black. Or black. The pastor asked us, no black. The white we would use last year when they were out of stock because of COVID, we couldn't get it. We used silver, so we could have used silver, but it doesn't last. It turns gray. Turns gray, so it's black. But the painted metal gets better warranty. Or we like it, right? But they don't like it, right? You know what I mean? Like it's a whole kind of market thing.
I like it weathering.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
All right, hello, I'm Mitchell Lyons. This is my attempt on filling out the facade of URBANbuild 17 with the proposed notch vertical louver shutter strategy. So for starters, this is the vibe all of us on the facade team are going for. Movable exterior shutters to break down the scale of the large walls, as well as providing privacy should the owners want it, hurricane protection, and a customizable aspect of the house whose positioning is completely up in the air, and as well as blocking sun at the hottest parts of the day because this is at an angle where sun won't reach it until the part of the day where it's actually the worst. So it is important. Through searching for many precedents, I found a couple concepts for curved aluminum thin facades, which is where this started. Block sun and add an interesting front position that really breaks down both the wall and hides what's behind. Here's more development process from that idea. This is a concept for cutting out a set of facades from an aluminum sheet with zero waste. So like each piece is cut right down the mirror and mirrored. So you get both pieces. You don't have to just throw one away. Here's more development. It was here and we realized that while this was cool, this approach is suited more for large commercial developments rather than a small scale residential shutter system. So from here, we took what was good about this scheme, which breaks down the scale and simple and easy fabrication, and took that and minimized it. Here's some more development process, developing it onward. I brought it into wood instead of metal here and cut it in a notched way. You can see that right here as an example. So back and forth like that. Iterating from there with different thicknesses, densities, notch sizes, etc. And you can see that with these different versions. None of these are, you don't need to look into much detail in these, they're just early versions. From that concept, metal returned as a counterpart. So I had a wood version and a metal version, this time cut from aluminum channels. And I'll go into that more in a sec, but these are some more precedents further along. Development process even more, and some more. So this was all of the, probably where it was at its most pronounced, my SketchUp file with all the different versions. It was very crazy until we got here. These are the 4 final facade families I've filtered from the full file. There's the wood version, and then there's 3 metal versions, the aligned metal facade, mirrored metal, and switched metal. What those keywords mean. But in essence, they're all fabricated like this. So you've got an aluminum channel, you cut it like this down the middle, and you rotate both and face it out towards the yard and the road. So here's the wood family in more detail. The wood is cut the same as the metal, just out of a cedar fence board instead of an aluminum channel. And these are the 2 final versions that I settled with for wood. I've got W1, which starts with smaller notches and ends with larger at the bottom. And then W2, which starts with smaller at the top and bottom and has larger in the middle. So that breaks down the scale even further and makes it more dynamic and interesting. So here's W1 in more detail with some zoom ins, some closer zooms and a cost estimate. Spacing between each louver is 2 inches. Cost of material as per Sequoia Outdoor Supply, $9.07 per 6 inches. So we have to stitch them together at some halfway point somewhere along this the louvers. And this is W2. Shown in these zooms are how these notches truly break down the scale of the wall and how you can only see in from certain angles. So comparing that with that and that. Aligned metal family. This is aligned because every single slice of the channel is pointed in the same direction at equal spacing from one another, set at 2 inches. You can see this plan right here showing that they're all aligned in the same way in that sense. So that's apparent here in the plan view of the louvers. Same versions of the wood family A1. The sizes of the notches get larger the further down you go. I could not guess cost estimates of these, but obviously if we go forward with this, we will. And A2, same with W2, larger notches at the middle. And I've got a video comparing all of these coming up very shortly. Mirrored metal. So what's the difference between aligned metal and mirrored metal? Well, mirrored, you can see in the plan view right here that some of them are flipped in the opposite direction. It builds upon the linearity of the aligned metal by mirroring some of the louvers to create different widths of opening across the panel, breaking down the openness once you set the correct angle of viewing. Especially when viewed from inside the porch or inside the house, this really makes it set up more like a fabric and less like just aligned bars, which will be visible in the video as well. But you can see it in these elevations pretty clearly, the different openings. There is an M1 version, but I skipped to M2 here because I wanted to specifically compare it with the one that's coming next. But this is basically the same concept in terms of notches as the other twos before it. And then MN, which is different. N stands for no, as in no notches, which I wanted to test as a contrast to see if these mirrored angles can stand on their own as a single dimension of shutter variance rather than adding the notches to it. And it does work decently well on its own, although I do prefer the notches just a tiny bit more.
When you talk about mirrored, do you mean it's a finish or you mean they're mirrored one to the next?
Just, yeah.
Not finished. It's not a finish, it's not a mirrored finish, which would be cool.
This is like
Only has one leg.
And switchback metal family, with some of the angles are switchback or rotated. So you can see that here, they're now facing into either the building or the front porch. This is also cool, but it doesn't support notches at all. I know I tried because it just makes it way too visually complex and distracting. This is how that dimension on the aluminum channel cut rotations would look. And this breaks it down. What?
How does that work? Is that fit into a channel?
Yeah, so that's what all of the others were angles in the framework. This would be a channel that would have to wrap around the whole thing. Wall section, and then video. So let's go to that video, shall we? There we go. So W2 here.
Slow down a little bit.
Sorry. Is there a way to slow down?
Is there a way to slow
You did the 3 dots.
You just manually
Hit the 3 dots.
I did 3 dots.
Then play, never mind. Mike's probably was.
Shift pause.
You can drive the thing yourself, right? So it's useful.
Okay. This will actually help if you guys want to slow down.
Yeah.
Focus anywhere. So here we go. Going across, you can see the different, how the thicknesses based on the views change based on where you're looking at it. So it really densifies up in the corner up there, but you can still sort of see through the window over here that's fully closed. This is what it looks like on the interior. So I think the wood works the best in terms of interior view, just because I really like the color the wood gives you. It really works well with the rest of the colors on the site. It also makes it so even though it is bars, it's much less burdensome.
And that's a cedar board?
Yeah. So then you come in, so this is what it would look like from the porch. So now you can't see it all that way, but if you're looking straight out, you can. Let's go to aligned metal A2. So same difference. You can sort of see how it changes when you're looking this way, and it's really skinny. Basically like a sort of field in a way is what the concept we were talking about, a field of different notches back and forth, but it really opens up as you're looking through here.
Does that gate right there exist in the project, or is that up for grabs?
Well, there will be a gate there, we don't really know if it will be made up yet.
So in the plans, I think we saw it.
It was kind of dashed in, yeah.
Yeah, this is what it looks like on the interior. I think this is the biggest weakness of the aluminum, of the aligned metal seam. I think everything else works pretty well, but I think when you're looking at it from the inside out, it might just be a bit too basic and just like you can really see that it's basically just bars on the side, and that's what the switchback version and the mirrored versions were aiming to fix. So let's go to that's this is actually mirrored. So
The mirror has kind of staggered spacing.
yeah, so it's like the L is like this, and then it's like this on the next one. So
Okay.
the spacing in between the back angles is different.
Okay.
It's, different widths. You can already see how that breaks down much more when you're looking at it from out here. All the other concepts are the same when you're looking at it from the side, which is the big gain between aligned and mirrored. But in here, and more specifically right here, this is much more interesting and much less. It is still vertical bars, but it just is more interesting this way. So, as a MN with no notches whatsoever, so that's what it looks like here. This is what it looks like looking down, and it is still interesting. But I think the field of the notches sets it over the top.
Very good, slow.
That's what it looks like in there. So same difference, except there's no notches peeking out, and same difference here. And then finally, switchback metal. So this one is wild. I think it's interesting that on like 45-degree angles, you either can see through all the way or you can't see through it all. So you see the difference right here. You can't see those at all. It's just based on which way you put a line.
Which way would you put it?
I think it all depends on what we're trying to accomplish in each shutter. So this one right here depends on whether whether we as a group in URBANbuild decide that they would rather look out to the road or to the yard. And that all depends on further development.
If you're seeing out to the street, does that mean the street can't see back into you?
The street can see back into you, so that's sort of the balance you've got to strike is what do you want to see and what do you not want to be seen.
So you're like dictating a viewing angle?
Yes. See, you can see it's actually can't see it out at all. You can see plenty out in that direction. Sorry for the blur. There you go. That's mine.
Did you already say what your favorite was?
I'd say my favorite one's W2 and so wood 2. I like this one a lot, and I like the M2 a lot. Just my two favorites.
Did you think about instead of having a notch, doing just like
that's actually what
waves? That's the one you said was too much.
Yeah, I mean, we could go back to this in the future. This is really like going all in on the concept, seeing if it works in the most strength of ways, and then if we loosen it up in the future, that's totally fine.
And how could you push a channel of aluminum through some kind of machine that would cut it for you? Like, is it a laser or CNC? They could do it CNC.
Yeah, well, how big is the bed? How long are those pieces?
Yeah, so these would be 11-foot pieces, and the bed is 8 feet, so we would have to split it up. And actually shows that. I forgot to mention this is my bad, but this one, so they break out here.
I mean, I think that idea of taking a C channel and doing some kind of a shape on it, that's pretty ingenious, I think. And that could be little things, right? Like, so I wondered if you had smaller curves, looks like the other one you looked at was like bigger curves.
Yeah.
But if you had small curves like that, it might just be kind of a softer thing.
Yeah, and like there's so many ways you can iterate this from there. Like this is just an A/B strict A/B system where for one bar there is a notch, and next bar there's not. So they don't even align. And I actually went too far in too quick with that. So this is much more scaled down.
Okay. So really, the conversation, so now we're here, and an hour ago, you guys were dying to jump into this conversation from the conversation of the house. Well, here we are, but the biggest issue has to revolve around a discussion about the differences between metal and wood. Like the sheets, we know we can get them, and we can cut them with precision, and we can control that cutting. The wood, we can make the pieces with precision, but they'll weather in a different way, and they'll be more fragile in a different way. The aluminum angle allows you, I mean, comparing your strategies of the wood or the metal, the aluminum angle or the cut channel would allow you to maintain the precision. The wood's going to be tricky because when you cut those notches with the grain, the little pieces are going to want to split with the grain. And we talked about that, right? What's the idea? What's that?
We might have to nail them in or screw them in.
Like there might need to be an additional fastener attached to each of those pieces so that as the wood expands and contracts over time, those pieces don't fall off, right?
Yes,
they would break away.
You want to break it,
Right. So if you really like that profile, that's going to dictate what material makes the most sense. Contrast to the wood with Monica's wood strategies, understanding the lengths, which is there's a long piece and a long piece, and when they overlap, get the strength.
Are they actually touching when they overlap, or there's always a space between them?
Space between them.
There's always a space between them. So they're attached on the 3/4 or the 1-inch side, and they're sticking out 2.5 inches, right?
And attached to the front from the back to the frame.
I mean, I'm just saying something that I was, my son Jake is working in Belize, and they use these shutters that kind of push away, and you've seen them in like Caribbean, right? And he just is not happy with what they made because they look straight when you put it together, but then they start to bow, and some of them go, and even these are only 3 feet wide, so even though it says it's stable, like a 3/4 inch piece of wood going 4 feet, if it goes a 1/4 inch this way, this one goes a 1/4 inch that way.
They touch.
Get very close.
Yeah.
And it's uncomfortable, but to us as architects who want precision and, with the metal, you're not gonna get, or especially with the L, you're never gonna get that. The L angles are always gonna be straight, so.
Unless, I mean, there could be maybe the way the wood deflects over time in subtle ways is the goal. That could be a nice quality.
Where the little pieces actually do come off.
Yeah,
that would drive me crazy, screw them back.
No, you don't.
It would be bad in the first year, but in the 5th year, it's gonna look great.
So like this one, these are all this work, all of you, all 3 of you. It's interesting, right? It really is something for us to consider. And I think we got a solid scheme, right? And this topic of affordability allows us to kind of say, okay, we can crank that house out efficiently. But what do we earn in response? What do we earn to do? And I think this is an interesting puzzle. The other thing is horizontal versus the vertical. Let's talk about that. Like, what do you all think about that? Right, when you're behind a horizontal section, you always have some control of view to the outside. Behind a vertical, as your eye changes, the relationship to it gets cut off from the view, right? Well, it is more like a cage. So
I have one thought though, is we were saying that the sun, when it hits these, it's very low in the sky.
That's right.
In the bed.
That's
and the vertical might be much more effective.
That's right.
Especially if you
Because of the glare, it's much better than.
And that's where those schemes against the wall come into play, right? They're not really being, that strategy allows us to disconnect ourselves from the limits of using the standard pieces in a way, right? Like that's a patterning that could be, it's about the filtering of light. Yeah, I think we gain some freedom from that. But I'm not sure how we could do that.
Like this one, Connor, this, see, we know it's not going to come the same way, right? Then something like this could go this way, and you can see towards the street.
Yeah.
And you're blocking the sun that's coming from that way, right? So that's pretty cool. Like, I think you can be more prescriptive with what, it's not just kind of a format, you know, but which one works the best? Does it work better this way? Does it work better this way? Does it work better this way? No, because the sun's gonna come in here, right? So, you can play with these. I kind of like these. I kind of like these. It could be, I feel like it could be like twice the size. Or
Yeah, these are all half scale, because they're twice the size, and it looks weird by itself, like a small panel to look at.
Do you do any explorations, like the third one from the right? Like, I really like that one, where you begin to change the density and the patterning of them. Okay.
Yeah, one thing I found really interesting with this one in particular, or this style, is that it's kind of vertically aligned, whereas the rest of them are horizontally. And one focus I've been kind of trying to work on with Byron would be minimizing the seams, especially on that option where I have, I think, 6 different panels making up one small segment. So when you do something like that, you kind of start to emphasize the seams, which not necessarily a bad thing, it's just kind of been something that I was trying to explore the opposite of.
And all of the, I think I tried to ask this question earlier, but like, are y'all envisioning these same screens happening on these walls also? Or is that still something different?
It's up for debate. For my study with there's the one seam, as I kind of talked about that construction, where I'd be offered then a bunch of 1 foot wide, very tall strips that kind of gives you a new opportunity to explore different types of facades back there and different densities.
But it's still
a sheet on that side when you have. I think it would be more tectonic than kind of sheet construction. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Right, and there's also there's the gate to the back porch, this gate to the whole lawn, and this kind of thing at the front too.
Yeah.
I think all those need to work. They all need to either be disparate or work together some way.
Yep. Collision. It just not able to work with it.
It's a chunk.
So, just one quick question about like the walkthroughs I find really helpful from like both teams, kind of showing how they're changing, how your view changes as you see each prototype. That was really, really nice. One question I have is, in all of these schemes, could we talk a little bit about the application to the wall without a window? Was there a reasoning? Is there a diagram that's driving that?
No, it's a good question. I think that's probably the biggest problem with all of this is that I know for me, I've been mostly focusing on the north.
Okay.
In north side.
Yeah.
And sort of just saying whatever works there responds and is placed on the wall with nothing on it to unify the building and give the street something to look at.
It has to do with like the, because of the decision to not have a window on that wall, it's pretty flat. And so it also has to do with breaking down the scale of that part of the facility.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you don't know if it opens.
Thinking is it would never close. There was an idea very late into development saying maybe it could close.
If it already closed, then it would tell you whether it should close.
Yeah.
Right, because if it closed against that porch, you created space on the front porch that was on the street, similar to the space on the back porch that you could use privately, or close the shutter because you don't want people coming up onto your giant porch. Right? Then that will tell you not only maybe what that corner should be, whether they should be the same or not, right? Also, it will tell you what the wall behind the shutter should be. Should it be flat panel? Should it be shiplap? Should it be something different?
Yeah, I think it's gonna close.
I mean, I think it's gotta close.
I know no one's gonna like this idea, but there's also the option to do some kind of a rich wall that's textured that has sliding panels where it needs to have sliding. Like you showed an example of that at the beginning, where the whole building has slats on it, but the slats that cover the windows, and the rest are applied. So it's kind of a board and batten pattern, which you've done before, right?
Yeah.
And then you have a panel on top of that reference that board and batten panel.
So there's no redundancy, where the fixed panel is one thing, and the sliding panels are another.
And then, yeah, there's walls that have texture, there's fixed panels that are on the side of the door. And then there's sliding panels where they need to be at the windows. And then you could do this kind of rich texture all the way around the building, probably for the same price that it costs to make, all the sliding panels that you're making. You don't necessarily need to move.
Yeah, with this panel beginning to slide, or the thought of it sliding, I get in there, like, this roof, the rendering that you keep showing in perspective, the roof is so clean, it's like a nice brow, really nice forehead. And it would begin to kind of, you're gonna have a line, you're gonna have that track attached, showing it coming across. I would just think about that, because I like this model as you have it. I like the plain without the textured facade right here, like it's just the lap siding, and it's simple, and then that's it. And then you focus on those other design moves, leading a visitor down the side.
I mean, in the end, right, there's a lot of choices here, but a lot of it is going to come down to cost and ability to fabricate, right? And the amount of track you need, and the amount, like if you could cut it by 40%, 60%, maybe you might end up having to do that. So, and you don't want to lose the concept of this kind of great wall that you see here. So
And the topic of cost is twofold. There's cost, there's material cost, and then there's market rate, labor cost, right? So if we have a conversation about, are we putting on the street an example of what others can achieve? Then we know that this is closer to conventional standard wood pieces. But then are we okay with them twisting and warping? It might be that the next step is using pieces of metal bar or angle, because that's conventional. You can get that pretty easily here in town. And there's one scheme you have that doesn't require a CNC machine. One scheme you have where it's just the pieces left unnotched. So the spacing is what offers the variety. And then we get into the conversation about the pieces that need the more expensive material, equipment to cut the special pieces. So now we're in the realm of the notch and in the realm of the slotted panel, right? We need to be aware of those differences as we communicate with others, about what can we afford to do with our labor, and what could be afforded by others. We talk about every year.
Labor and resources.
Labor resources, right?
School too.
Like I have no idea what's market rate cost for CNC cutting. Like they charge about
It has to do with the time, like the more detail, the smaller the bit, costs more because it takes longer. It's basically time on the table is what I understand.
I think Nick, Euclid Housing has rates for, like if somebody wants to come and use the CNC router here.
Yeah, they do. But I'm sure they're not market rate, but they do, yes. Oh, no, wait, they do.
Yeah, I'm saying they do.
For people outside, like,
Cheaper than any other area CNC milling operation. I believe non-2 lane affiliated commercial is 100 an hour. And then 2 lane affiliated commercial is 40 an hour, and then students are 20 an hour.
So it's 100 an hour with a clean file, or they make the files?
The file, the people have to provide the base file. We do all the programming, so the programming time is also included in that.
$100 an hour for that?
So for URBANbuild, for example, since it's 2 lane affiliated, project, and many of them be classified, so the students doing it, would be just $20 an hour.
That's a deal. And you would bring it clean.
Yeah, the city would provide the file.
I'm just thinking, you know, attaching each one of them, how many hours will it take to attach each one of these pieces versus?
Yeah, that's okay. This is really interesting. I don't know what the answer is. Really don't know. I mean, to kind of go full circle back to the beginning, right? So for me, there are a couple of things missing to evaluate what this is going to be, right? One thing that's missing is 3 more units behind this house, right? Some idea about how whatever this screen is, if it's going to be prescriptive across all those units, how it speaks to the empty side, the courtyard next to it. And then the other pieces that have kind of just been assumed that they would be the same thing, right? The gate that has a swing door, the security gates or fences on the side. And I think that all of that needs to be drawn and thought about. So I'm not sure, like, I like to switch metal too, right?
That's the mid.
But I don't know if switch metal really works as a man gate or a sunroom wall, you know?
And then also maybe have a master plan again, like that going across the street.
Say again, what?
No, I was just saying, also thinking back to the plan and what's going on the other side of the street, is there any, should there be some visual connection between the church and those materials used on?
And when you write your zoning requirements, you just say you have to maintain that horizontal line. Right. You don't have to put shutters on, you don't have to put these on, all you gotta do is maintain that 11-foot line throughout the project on the 2 sides. You think the shutters have to match? That's what I'm saying, I don't know if you need shutters across the whole thing, whereas you need a mandate, but you know, some things maybe you do, but the only way to know that is to do what you're doing right now, like really draw and think about, you know, at least the pieces that you want to be prescribed across other urban builds. So, you know, what choices, I think you would want to give the next group the same choices on the shutters, materials, and what they can build, right? So you want them to go through this, look at your studies and build upon that, and maybe not come up with the same conclusions because they don't have the street side, right? They don't have a corner that closes, so it's a different condition. And, you know, but all you're dictating to them is it's 11 feet tall.
Yeah, this model doesn't. Yeah, and this little model, it really tells a story. This is my voice now, what you all want. So,
yeah, I agree. I also agree that one shows the stoop issue that, you know, it could be resolved.
I would say one thing I feel like that could be interesting where whatever we decide now, we kind of have 3 or 4 different typologies of like tectonic frame, like stick construction, vertical elements, and then the 4th option would be kind of like a expanded metal. So whatever we kind of pick now would be one of those elements if it's paneling, and the next units can kind of develop a further typology of paneling, whether it's the same pattern, same scale, all that stuff, and kind of like continue with that core premise of it as it goes on.
This was working on an interesting strategy similar to your cut pattern, where you have different percentage of openings, expanded metal at different sizes. And they put together the shutters with that variety. And when he's feeling better, we'll have a little Zoom meeting.
I think expanded.
Maybe I'll get you guys on the Zoom.
Look more like a patchwork, like you were showing originally, like when you put different pieces together with different patterns of each one. Right?
Go to your one of your actually look on something like this. Yeah, look like this. So this is right where the pattern is
like variation. That's really nice.
right.
When that happens, right?
So like
Or couldn't it be X3 at the bottom left? Like that could be the panel, right? Like I kind of like that one. And you can flip it upside down and turn it back and forth, and you're a little crazy. You're a little crazy, I don't know. We can have two different scales.
Back to California.
Because the bottom one isn't shading anything, right? So it's just sliding around. It can be.
That was an interesting thing you were talking about, is the positioning of the panels, that each one works to do a different thing. Because the way we had it, we had a 3-foot panel, 4-foot panel, and then another, however much you get to 11. So 5. Is it 5? Maybe it was 3.5, 4, 3.5 or something like that. But regardless, like the middle panel refers to actually shading a window.
Yeah.
While the bottom panels open up more so you can see through it. The bottom panel closes up because that's eye level for the bottom, but the top panel opens up, there's no care.
Right, that's nice. That's what I was talking about this project, and you guys should really look at this project who are interested in that, but by a company called Mass is the architecture firm, and it's a cholera hospital in Haiti. And the entire thing is made of perfect metal like this, and it's bent at different angles depending on how much air they want to come through it, and how much visibility and what it needs to do. It's just really, and it's all done by hand. There's no laser cut. Somebody cut these consistent patterns out, and then think about bending all those things, right? You got to bend every one of those with a pair of pliers, right? It's a lot of screens to bend. So it's interesting that to really focus on the things that need, what's the job it needs to do, and those are the ones that you need to tweak so you can see out to the street. And the other ones could be, maybe they don't get bent at all, right? They need to stay flat, they stay flat.
And you see the cut.
And you see the cut, but you don't go through the trouble of adjusting. Right? And then the ones on the porch maybe are more intensely bent, or it's fun to think about it more specific. And I'm just going to say that this one right here, this opportunity we're talking about here, these two don't need to move at all. So these could be anything. These could be something that water runs down. It could be the roofing, the roofing, metal roof here can be folding over, and then you're running down this front that's like that third one or something that makes this really amazing, textured water.
Those little face things that started.
It's attached. It doesn't have to slide. It doesn't need wheels. It doesn't need a track. But it could be something more special that's related to the water.
That is something nice about the horizontal options underneath that waterfall, right? But the way that the water trickles down that surface, it could be a little different.
Yeah.
Also something to think about with the wood is how that constant exposure to the water might affect it.
Right, so that piece might be specific to the scupper.
Yeah.
Right, and things either move in front of it or don't touch it, or you just kind of leave it. But then looking at that, on the next one, where it happens on some of the extensions, where does that happen again if someone uses the same strategy? Or does that strategy happen in other kinds of houses that don't look anything like that? But you're saying in your master plan, you have to have an exposed scupper or some way to show how the water is coming to the courtyard, right? So that's part of the master planning strategy as you move forward. You're not saying what it has to look like, just that it has to be visible.
Which one do we like?
I
worry about maintenance.
Full scale mock-ups.
I worry about maintenance. And even the one I saw today was 716. It has infill wood slats that are painted a really nice color. But what happens when a painter needs to paint that? Right. They're just going to slop it.
Oh, the one that sits in front of the wall, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I'd just be worried that, I'd try to make it as kind of the least warping and falling apart and maintenance as possible.
So we know that's metal, whether it's aluminum or sheet.
Aluminum doesn't need to be
done.
It's done. When it's put together, it's that's what we have as well. I had a really great group of students on 12. Did you notice that, Regina?
Yeah.
And we already know that's your favorite, right?
It's in the top 10.
It's in my top 10 too.
So, that used to be a funny joke. Now I gotta say it's in the top 20.
Yeah.
But there was something neat about that channel getting cut with the CNC machine, that really was smart, you know?
Well, the thing about that is that, I mean, you could leverage what resources you have with that. But that doesn't mean you have to get it cut on a CNC machine. You could buy angles.
Yeah.
Right, so as someone that might not have that resource available, I can replicate it without the kind of fine detail by just going and buying aluminum angles, right?
I would look forward to it, right?
Yeah. And then the trick is, how do we make, using an aluminum piece or a steel sheet? So I'm still interested in this. How do we make it soft? Yeah, like the renderings that you had, Asher. They looked at that scale, depending upon what size cut you make. They still look like a fabric, right?
That's what I was talking about, the curve, like if you cut, instead of cutting your notch out, you cut something that's more like the one on the end, you know, kind of zigzag or something. And then stagger it when you put it in, stagger it when you put it in place, it's gonna have a more of a soft fabric quality.
I'm not saying that's the right pattern. I think it's possible to take a metal good and with the right detailing, make it look less metal.
I kind of feel like that's more appropriate for those fixed panels on the backside.
Maybe.
You could.
Right, like you would have the fabric kind of on that side that's for the owner to view mostly, right? That are fixed, because then you wouldn't have to worry about, you could affix it at the top and almost affix it at the bottom and you're done. You can let it kind of move around, let it be pushable, right?
Maybe an oil can.
Let people move them themselves, right?
If it's lit.
Yeah.
No, I was starting to wonder if there's other materials like the things they make these aluminum, sunshades out. Look, if you use those, the material that they use and cut those in half, they're too light, I don't know, but there might be something that's different than what we're thinking of as an off-the-shelf piece of aluminum,
What a semester.
Oh, you got green.
Yeah, what a semester. Hurricane, tornadoes, COVID again. These guys are the troopers.
One more thing, are you winding down?
Yeah, sounds like it.
I'm happy to stay on.
Has anybody looked at the chain mesh?
I just want to say that I'm so excited to be working for the people that you're working for, and have this, you're not just working for anybody, like if there's somebody, whoever these people who have AIDS and what their lifestyle's like, knowing what the transition of the disease is, and, when you go into the interiors and, you say you're kind of making it, ADA accessible, but really trying to think about what's it like to move around. If you're in a wheel, I don't know if they end up in wheelchairs, but how do they use the kitchen if they're in wheelchairs, and how do they use the porch? And can they get between the furniture that you laid out? Like, is there enough room to get around on either side of the bed and to get it to bed and things like that?
How do you go outside and slide the shutters closed?
Yeah, who's gonna do that? Who's gonna reach around and pull that big shutter closed for these guys?
Or a planter.
No, those are good points. I mean, the assumption is no one will be staying in these places alone. That's why they're two-bedroom, right? So some of the answer is, yeah, the person that's being cared for can't do that, but someone's there to do it.
The caretaker.
Yeah, or it could be the roommate, or it could be the family member who's with them.
But our job as designers is to make things as accessible as possible. You want people to have control of their own environment.
That's right.
Like if the electricity goes out, they can't get the get the lift to go up and down, or their caretaker is late, or, the ideal is that they can do as many things as possible on their own, and to think about that in a different way, what if they had to move a hospital bed into one of them? Or
We were just talking about that because we have parents in those elder years that we need to think about this stuff. How do you let people age with dignity? And with some, how do you say, independence,
I just went into the bathroom team, this is kind of weird, all these bathrooms are different. But the one, I don't know if the one I went into was ADA, but everything was like just a little lower, like a court table or something, And it was kind of neat, everything's a little, it's okay for me, and it's probably much better for somebody who's in a wheelchair. So, the whole place could kind of have that sensibility a little bit.
And that's actually a good point, like even for the counter, even for the kitchen counter.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah. Should more of it be empty underneath? Should more stuff, you don't want to have high shelves, right? You don't want to have shelves that are above however high I can reach, right? So I saw on the house from last time, there's shelves going all the way up, but maybe you guys are confined, everything's confined to the strip somewhere.
I think
That'd be pretty cool.
And that's really interesting, the idea that you have to deal with manufactured products that ignore that, right? So the dishwasher fits under a 36-inch counter, not a 34. So if you're gonna do 34s, what do you do with the dishwasher?
What kind of dishwasher?
That's what I'm saying, like, you'd like that. That's good. Layering that on there will add to the design and the intent, right? Like, I can't put the dishwasher where I usually put it, because I usually don't have to think about it. But now I have to think about it, so when I think about it, where am I gonna put it? How am I being smart about it, right? I'm not gonna do this. Right? So the usual, whenever you see a counter that comes along and then goes up or down, that's what's happening, right? Something is under there that no one wanted to deal with, and they had to have the lower counter for accessibility reasons.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes. Right, because most of the places you have to foresee it. Well, I think residential, you have to be able to pull that cabinet out and rebuild it, but you want it to be.
Or you use dish drawers, something more expensive now. Now I'm talking about a dish drawer that I can open like a drawer, put stuff in, close. I think there are ways to think it through. Where's the height of the windowsills? How do I open those? I think accessibility to these shutters, how I open and close them is important. And whether they're fixed, maybe it's better if they're fixed, right?
Interesting to see a hospice or see how people live. Just to see how it's different. So embrace that. I think like Nick's saying, it's an opportunity, right, to do something special, different, and also more helpful, more useful.
One thing I think is really impressive and unique about this semester is that some of you were able to jump scales, which was really, it was fun for us to see. And I also think it was a really good learning experience to jump back and forth within one semester to go from single family residential to a much larger scale of a congregation. But there were those single family elements of the caregiver, like guest house area. So I think that breadth of production that you have shown as an entire studio class is really impressive. You guys should be really proud of that. It's amazing.
Especially under the circumstances of this semester. Like I fully see it.
I did not expect to see this many models. Like
I would expect to see churches, design church.
Yeah, it's been a nice that way regarding the difference in program. But when we started looking at the multifamily strategies 2 years ago, that was a nice step. That was a nice change, right? To think about housing at multiple scales, but to now really be thinking about helping a community in a larger sense to develop like an anchor in the community is really what the mission's sort of been about. But we never had the opportunity to do it. We just lucked out, literally, by meeting the pastor of this church next. I mean, really, it's a funny story. Like the other day, he shows me the lot and says, "Hey, you have any idea about what we could do with that?" Like bingo, right? Like it really has been kind of cool. And he's been a great partner and author, and they've been just perfect about knowing when to kind of step in and step away. You know, they've been really good that way. NHS was good that way too, but it's time to just try something new.
So, kind of nice to review them and it's different on the outside. I'm not worried about, have to worry about it.
Yeah, no, it is good. Now, I think pastor and author were, I hope, I suspect, they were really surprised by the quality of the thought that went into the church product.
I think they were floored.
Yeah, I think something, I mean, that'll really get them going.
They were floored.
And now now we can give them information or product to peddle for fundraising, you know. So, and then I think, so this was the first time in 17 years the CDs were presented.
Yeah, I like that too.
Right? Every other year they were just done.
It's laying on the side.
Submitted to the city and kind of they're rolled up and printed on the side. And some critics would look at them, but not much. You always looked at them, right? But it was nice the way you presented the CDs as something that is a product that's fixed for permitting, but still unresolved, which is really what CDs in many cases are. You know, it's like you take a shot at it and you note the fuck out of it. You note everything. Right? You know, verifying field or not in contract or by owner or to be determined, right? All that kind of stuff. And then the even was energized by his energy studies. It was glowing.
No, I know. Like,
That was pretty amazing.
all of it, the quality of all of the presentations was super high, right? The engagement in those specific subjects by and that has lacked in other years, right? Like, oh, I have to do the energy model, or oh, I have to do the construction documents, right? Usually these people that get to do the screens seem to be, you know, have the most energy here and have the most fun, but
yeah, but they were bitching about it too. The ups and downs.
I'm sure.
Mitchell almost killed him. So, no, this semester, I think has been the hardest. No, it's not true. Last year was awful with half people in person and half the people online. That was a nightmare. This semester, having everyone together has been great. And the pavilions haven't been so bad. Wi-Fi has been in and out. I know, but they haven't been so bad. You know, we're making new Wi-Fi going on.
I'm sorry, we're drawing.
You do not have to walk all the way across campus.
I mean, to be fair, I'm sorry. It was awful. Pretty sure we had arthritis. It looks so nice.
So listen up, so thank our critics. Anybody want to say anything else?
Good job. Nice work.
Yeah.
Nice work.
We were really close to getting the building permit. We check every day, twice a day. The last check, I sent a note to Todd for the zoning, he's on vacation.
He's on vacation.
Yeah.
So the way I've been doing it is lately.
Let's turn off YouTube.
Good time.